like Chuck. Well, no, it's not gonna. Yeah. Um, you're doing a great job blocking it right now, so I mean, you could just stay there. That'd be great. Just chill right there. You know what I mean? Would you like some sunscreen, Drake? Gabe, would you like some sunscreen? Okay. What's up? There'll be ropes. No, you have to stay behind the ropes to ask them. Yeah. Yep. Boy, be an interesting 4 hours with that sun. Luckily, I got a couple of breaks from 11 to 11:40, and 12:25 to like 12:50. Yeah, there's your rope. Hmm. Yeah. So on this side is where you're going to see all of the media and the Golf Channel and um, all the smaller stations with cameras that are just trying to get like quick little 2 minute ones. It's going to be all on this side of the road, all over. And that'll be happening tomorrow and especially Friday. Friday's crazy. Hmm. I don't know how much sitting I might be doing in the first hour or so, as a heads up, in case this camera's on my wiener. Yeah, because I'm gonna try to stay out of the sun as much as possible here to start till we buy those umbrellas. We should ask Chad before he comes down to see if he can buy umbrellas before he comes down.
is more important than ever.
Here's a question.
Would you take your storm-damaged car to a body shop that only did bumpers? Of course not. So why call just a roofing company after your entire home or business goes through a storm? Get more than a roofer. Get an experienced restoration team. Get PAC Construction Services. We're seasoned construction professionals and, are you ready? Former insurance adjusters. Our 100 years of diverse and specialized experience means faster repairs, fewer hassles, and fewer delays. Our emergency response team is on call 24/7 for storm damage, fire, water, and even mold restoration. Veteran-owned, Kansas City trusted. No one will care more for your home or business inside and out than we will. We're ready when you need us. Visit PacKC.com and schedule a free inspection. With KC's recent storm history, there's a good chance you could already have covered damage. Find out today at PacKC.com. That's PACTKC.com.
Does your website boost your business like it should? A business needs a complete online strategy. Digital Lagoon has been providing new or refreshed websites, social media campaigns, targeted ad, and website search optimization since 1995. Union Broadcasting has trusted Digital Lagoon for our website and printing needs. They created the website for our sister station, ESPN 1510, and we couldn't be more pleased. Give Jordan a call and let him provide a free analysis of your digital footprint. Contact him at digitallagoon.com today.
It's James from the Bullpen Bar and Grill at 135th and Union. Come in and enjoy cold beer, great cocktails, along with one of our delicious Chicago hot dogs while you watch your Boys in Blue on our state-of-the-art big screen or one of 20 other TVs representing KC in the All-Star Game. See you there.
KCFX HD4 Harrisonville, K279PI Kansas City, 103.7 FM. Sports Radio 810 WHB, Kansas City.
Hey, Sorrent Petro here, your home for college football. Sports Radio 810 WHB is headed to Dallas to bring you the very best coverage of Big 12 Media Days. We welcome Chris Kleiman.
All these NIL deals that are legit, they should be able to profit off their names
Right.
like this.
By the way, that kid is Avery Johnson. Yes, as you pointed out. It's going to be broadcasting live from the Frisco Star. We'll have all 16 teams covered for you, live from Big 12 Media Days, right here on your home for college football. Sports Radio 810 WHB.
Westwood One presents Today in Women's Sports. Make the most of summer with stylish looks from Kohl's and Kohl's.com, where families come first. There's a young American making some headlines across the pond at Wimbledon. Amanda Anisimova, a 23-year-old, is one of the last 4 players remaining at the historic tournament. She's the youngest American woman to reach the semifinals at Wimbledon since Serena Williams in 2004. Yesterday, Anisimova had to outlast Anastasia Pavlyuchenkova in the quarterfinal match to advance in London.
Yeah, it's just been such a ride, and I've been enjoying every step of the way. And even times like today when, you're not sure you're going to cross the finish line, and I just keep reminding myself to enjoy the moment. It's not often you get to play on this special court in front of so many special people. Thank you guys so much for the atmosphere. It was incredible.
Anisimova will face top-ranked Arina Sabalenka in the semifinals tomorrow. With Today in Women's Sports, I'm Maggie Gray on Westwood One.
Ever find a deal so good you think, should I tell my friends or keep it to myself? That's Kohl's Summer Cyber Deals. Styles for sunny days, home favorites for your space, and more. All at prices you'll love. Plus, earn Kohl's cash. Discover new deals daily and get free shipping.
What's up?
These deals are too good not to share. Once you've stocked up first. Shop Kohl's Summer Cyber Deals now. Select styles. Some exclusions apply. Offers end July 10th. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check you have your phone first.
It's me.
Before the cab pulls
Hi.
away.
Everybody agrees.
No, wait, my phone! Come back!
Hi, Drake.
It's my boarding pass, credit cards, phone numbers, my life.
Checking first
Hang on.
is smart.
All right.
So check Allstate first
Hi,
for a
Drake.
quote that could save you hundreds.
Hi,
You're in
Drake.
good hands with Allstate.
Safe vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Hi, Drake. All right, a Wednesday edition of The Zone right here on Sports Radio 810 WHB. Jason Anderson with you, Sterling Holmes, and the Drake. We head up until 2 o'clock. The next 4 hours, we've got you a lot of stuff to get into and talk about today. Should be a packed show. That's the plan. We'll see how it works out. We are here in Lake Tahoe, and we know that sometimes people will just sit down, as happened yesterday with David Wells while we were talking with Les Norman. Some things that are scheduled for today, and we will see how that works out. But a Wednesday edition, day number 2 here in Lake Tahoe as the American Century Championship gets underway on Friday. You got the Pro-Ams going on today, some Pro-Ams tomorrow, and then Friday, Saturday, and Sunday when the tournament takes place with those 3 days of rounds. And our coverage presented by Bobside Auto Group, Zero Res, Window Nation, Gann Asphalt, and Concrete. We will hang out with Todd Lebo coming up at noon. He is down in Dallas at the Big 12 Media Days, which is brought to us by Bobside Auto Group and Choice Solutions down in Frisco. We heard a lot of K-State talk yesterday. We heard from Brett Yormark. We heard from, the different 8 coaches that were there yesterday at Big 12 Media Day number 1 today. Kansas will be there. Lance Leipold will be talking. Jalen Daniels will be talking. Some other, KU players as well. We heard from Avery Johnson with Todd Lebo, and then later on with Seren Petro, the Chris Kleiman interview with Seren Petro, a really good interview that he had yesterday. If you haven't checked that out, I would suggest going to the podcast and listening to it after the show is over. Or whenever you have time, just, not over the next 4 hours. I don't know. Unless you check this out on the podcast too, that's perfectly fine. I don't, look, it's your life. I'm not telling you how to live it. I'm just saying at some point, if you want to hear Chris Kleiman talk about today's college football in these choppy waters and this ground that has not been traversed before, and having no idea as they're approaching the crest of this hill what's over on the other side. Like, no idea what's on the other side, and not even knowing what they need to be prepared for. Like, I've brought these different things. This is how we've done it in the past. But when we come over this hill, I don't know, is it a river? Did I bring my gear to cross this river? I have no idea. Is it another mountain? Did I bring my climbing? Do I have a Sherpa with me? I don't know. Is it snow? Have I brought my winter gear? I'm not sure. Is it 100 degrees and now, like, I didn't bring sunscreen? Like, who knows what is on the other side of this huge ass hill that they are heading up to? I don't know. That's the analogy I came up with on the fly there. But that interview with Chris Klein was really good. We'll play a few clips from that. But Todd Lebo will join us at noon. KU talking today. Mick Schaefer comes up at 1 o'clock. We got some Rotten Tomatoes that we will play today with Mick Schaefer in the 1 o'clock hour. And if it turns out the different people that we have scheduled so far today, then I will have a theme with my Rotten Tomato movies, because the 1 o'clock shotgun start today, 1 o'clock I should say, is uh, uh, local time here. So it's 3 o'clock there Eastern or Central Time. Either way, right now, what we have figured out is we think that Rob Riggle is going to be over here at 11 o'clock here, Central Time, in the next hour. We think that Michael Pena is going to join us, which I'm pumped for. We wanted to talk to Michael Pena last year, Sterling, but it never worked out, the timing of it. And so talking to him yesterday, he's going to be playing in the 1 o'clock, the afternoon shotgun start. So he's planning on stopping by. Really nice guy. He was a big slick this year, Sterling. Michael Pena was. And so last year, we didn't really get to meet or talk with Michael Pena. This year we did, because Rob Riggle introduced us. So Rob was like, "Hey guys, this is Michael Pena." And so at that point it was like, all right, we're kind of in. And he was pretty cool. So he's going to stop by, we believe, today in the 11 o'clock hour. And then Joe Buck will be stopping by before his round as well, sometime in the noon hour. And Mick Schaefer will stop by in the 1 o'clock hour, we believe. And his round takes place after our show today. I'm assuming, right? He's teeing off at what, 3 o'clock Central Time, Mick Schaefer?
In good old Shawnee.
Yeah, that's right.
So.
That's right.
Catch that flight back.
That's exactly right. So that's how the show, we think, will line up. We'll find out, and we'll see who may stop by in the meantime. Like, who knows? Like last year, we were talking to Charles Woodson and Jerry Rice came over. So, if we're talking to Rob Riggle, maybe it's a comedy, a group. Maybe Nate Bargatze stops by. I don't know. Maybe Larry the Cable Guy.
In fairness, last year I almost took Jerry Rice out with that. I hit a flop shot over his head,
It's
and
true.
It was not on purpose.
It's true.
Very lucky that I caught it flush and didn't thin that bad boy, because Jerry Rice might have lost some teeth. So
yeah.
So no, he was not mad at me. I think he was startled. But I like to think that Jerry Rice was impressed. I'm going to go with impressed.
Impressed, yes. Well, he did call, I think it was me, maybe he said us, I'm not sure, the GOAT, because we were talking about Jerry Rice being the GOAT when he was hanging out with Charles Woodson. He was walking away. He's like, "You are the GOAT." I'm like, "Oh, thanks, man. I appreciate that." From one GOAT to the other. Now, he's a greatest of all time, and I'm just the animal, just the GOAT. There's a difference.
It was weird. You were grazing on grass, so
I was
in
hungry.
fairness, he wasn't wrong.
I was hungry, I mean, sometimes you got to eat, there wasn't any food around, you got to make do. You know what I mean? We're coming over this huge mountain. I don't know what's on the other side of it. Am I going to have to live off the land? Is there going to be like a restaurant there? I have no idea.
It's Danishes. You're fine. There's cheese Danishes. You're okay.
Great. I mean, it's not great for my stomach, the cheese, but I'll deal with it if that's all I have. If I need sustenance, if that's the only thing that's there, then I'll take it. We'll talk some Royals today as well. We'll talk some college football certainly because of the Big 12 Media Days going on today, and we'll talk some NFL football. Bill Barnwell has his list of the NFL teams ranked 1 through 32, their playmaker groups. So we'll get into that and talk about what Bill Barnwell had to say about the Chiefs, where he ranked the Chiefs, and then look at the AFC West as well, the three teams in their division where they come in ranked as well. And then also ESPN is putting out their daily series of the top 10 and honorable mentions of every positional group. Yesterday was running backs. Today is defensive tackles. Chris Jones comes in at number 2 behind Dexter Lawrence. We may get into that a little bit as well, and just sort of look at that from the broader scope of where this team is right now, the window, open, closing, how open is it? Is it closed? Mark Schlereth's comment yesterday of the Chiefs have never been more vulnerable than they are right now, except when they traded Tyreek Hill and people picked them to miss the playoffs. So, I mean, and then they won back-to-back Super Bowls. So except for that whole vulnerable time, are the Chiefs, we can get into this conversation too, are the Chiefs more vulnerable now than they were when they traded Tyreek Hill and they had a bunch of rookies coming in and they had just lost to the Bengals and Joe Burrow had passed them up and, Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson is, the next group, and the Chiefs have been figured out back-to-back years with no Super Bowl and they've only won one, and Patrick Mahomes, is he going to be an Aaron Rodgers and go to one Super Bowl or go to two Super Bowls, win one? I know Aaron Rodgers only went to one, but still going to two Super Bowls, only winning one and never getting back, and now they're trading Tyreek Hill and people are going to be found out. They were pretty vulnerable. At least they were viewed as being pretty vulnerable that year. People forget. That was just a couple of years ago. So we'll get into that in a little bit as well. 913-912-4810 is the text line to join us. 913-912-4810. Text line to be a part of the show, part of the conversation. Since we'll be talking a lot of football today, let's start at least a little bit here with the Royals. Obviously, it's been a major conversation that's been going on. They win yet again last night. So they've taken care of business against the Pittsburgh Pirates. There are some real positives from that. There are some concerns that come from that. And there's also the news that the Royals have signed Dallas Keuchel to a minor league deal. Another 40-year-old that's going to be in the AAA rotation. If he makes the big league roster or plays this year, he will get a prorated $2 million salary. So you've got Dallas Keuchel and Rich Hill that are pitching down in AAA. And I want to talk about what that Dallas Keuchel and Dick Mountain pitching down in AAA up in Omaha. So we'll talk about what that means. I think there might be a connection there with that signing. So we'll get into that in a little bit. But the positives from last night, they find a way to get something done. Seth Lugo looks like Seth Lugo. The run support wasn't there. The home run that he gave up, it's back-to-back nights where one home run was the difference in, a starting pitcher, giving up any runs. Tommy Pham on Monday night, and then last night, I don't even remember the dude's name that hit the home run to center field off Seth Lugo. But
Nick Gonzalez. Off Lugo. It was. Are you talking about the O'Neill Cruz bomb that was absolutely mashed, or
yes.
the Nick Gonzalez one?
Both. Yes, both.
The O'Neill Cruz one was insane. That ball was.
O'Neill Cruz will swing and miss a decent amount, and he will have some times where he doesn't make a lot of contact. But boy, when he does, when he makes contact, he makes contact. I mean, there's some. That was a massive shot. Shohei hit it into the drink up there, and Ellie De La Cruz hit it into the drink up there, and O'Neill Cruz hit it into the upper level there of the Fountains. And so, some home runs happen. The Royals then have Nick Lofton get the 2-run shot to give them the lead, and then Lucas Erceg, which I want to talk about the positives first, and then we'll come back to Erceg here in a second. But the positives being Lugo, guys getting the job done. Jack Caglione got his first home run at the K. Also, a productive at bat in the ninth inning. I know everybody was hoping for the walk-off, and when he got a hold of it, I'm like, that's too high. I don't know that that's going to go. But there have been plenty of times when Salvia's hit one that we thought, well, that's too high. That's not going to go. And it ended up leaving the yard. And so the power that he has, the easy swing that resulted in 114 off the bat, like that's, you shouldn't be able to generate that much power, which what felt like, I tweeted out that, he generated 114 with the same effort that I do, just simply hitting infield to our 9-year-old team. Like, I'm just hitting infield. All right, guys, let's turn two. Here we go. And that dude hit 114 off the bat doing that. So, he's got that crazy power. So the ball's in the air, they're fading back, and then they stop, and you're like, oh, it's not going to go. But it got Michael Garcia over to third. It was a productive at bat, a productive day for Jack Caglione. The home run, the sacrifice fly, and a fantastic couple days for Nick Lofton. I mean, this guy needs to be like, Yankees of the 70s, 80s, 90s, and 2000s. No facial hair for Nick Lofton. No facial hair whatsoever. That dude lost his facial hair and picked up a bat. I mean, because he is smoking the baseball the last 2 nights, had back-to-back nights with a home run. And even on Monday's game, Sterling, there were 2 outs that they recorded that the ball was hitting 100 miles an hour. Like, he's hitting the ball hard, and then comes up with the walk-off as well. He has been dynamite the last 2 nights. It's been a difference for this team, certainly by, hitting a home run back-to-back nights. 3 RBIs for Nick Lofton. They do not win without Nick Lofton's bat in the lineup last night. So that certainly is a positive that he's going to be swinging the bat like that. I mean, this easily could just be, a hot streak. But he is barreling it up, and he's driving the baseball, and he's hitting it hard. That's good. It's what he was doing down in AAA. Selective on the pitches. When he got a pitch, he hammered it. And he's done that the last couple of nights. Maybe it has been the goatee. So those are the positives of that. and they get the win. I like what I've seen, but it could be, real quick, Sterling, it could be like what we saw from Drew Waters early on. And it's like, wow, this is a nice boost from Drew Waters. Maybe that's what they get from Nick Lofton here for the next couple of weeks next, 4 games or whatever. And then after that, while the top of the lineup still is, turning it on.
Well, and I think it couldn't have come at a better time for Lofton, who there was a lot of pressure because they just called up, the Royals did, Cam Devaney.
Mm-hmm.
And so there was, in my opinion, at least a little bit of pressure of, okay, you got to start producing now. And he's responded. I love, you're correct. The goatee goes, but the bat all of a sudden comes alive.
Mm-hmm.
Back-to-back nights, Jason, with multi-home runs at home for the Royals because he and Cags both went yards.
Yeah.
So you can tab that. Is that number 2?
Number 2 this year
now for the Royals. So they're at least trending in the correct direction. But this was one of those games where the top of the lineup didn't really get it done, but you found some guys towards the bottom who were struggling, who found ways. These are the games against bad teams that you have to win, and the Royals found a way. They scratched a runoff against Dennis Santana, who's been one of the stingiest, best relievers in all of baseball. People might not know because it's the Pirates, but he has been outstanding all season long. That, to me, was huge. I guess that's what it comes down to is these are the games that in a 162-game stretch when the top of your lineup is going to struggle, can you find a way to win? The Royals found a way to win. Obviously, Seth Lugo doing what he did. The hanging breaking ball to Gonzalez was bad. The one to O'Neal Cruz, you just tip your cap. I mean, that one, you just say, wow, he went down and got it. But again, if you're looking to trade Lugo, that's a good sign. Zerpa, again, who's been very hit and miss all season long, had good stuff. That was nice to see. Again, Erceg, we can get to in a moment when we get to the negatives. But overall, this was a grinded out team victory that this Royals team had to have if they want to have any chance of still making the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's tough to sweep a team, no matter who it is, even if it's the Pittsburgh Pirates. It'd be nice if you went back and were able to sweep the White Sox and the A's, bad baseball teams, if they weren't able to do that. And it was embarrassing the way that they played against those 2 teams. And so I guarantee you, if you could go back, you would settle for a 1-run win over the White Sox and the A's, 6 games. Like, oh, I mean, you're only beating this bad team by 1 run. Okay, it's still a win. Again, they don't ask you how, they ask you how many at the end of the season. And so they beat the Pirates by 1 run last night. Anybody mad or pissed off about that? Like, oh no, they should be beating Pirates 9-2 every night, 9-3. It shouldn't be this 4-3 win. Well, find a way to get a win. Okay, right now that's any port in a storm for this team. Right now, that they need to find ways to win, to be able to continue to ascend and keep themselves in the conversation. They are now 4 games out of the wild card, so they've gained a game and a half in this stretch that they have played on the last wild card spot, and there are only 3 teams ahead of them now. They're 3.5 behind Texas, 3 behind Boston, and 4 behind Seattle. Seattle's in the last spot for the wild card. So they are slowly moving up while they're playing this particular brand of baseball, and they got the job done. It also makes it more fun when you're winning and Jack Caglione's producing. You can see some of the fun stuff that's happening in the clubhouse. And last night, Jack Caglione talking with the media, and we see this from time to time that certain players and teams may give guys phrases that they want them to incorporate in their press conference. We had Travis Kelsey in the take it easy roller coaster tycoon, and that was like, what the hell is he talking about? Well, we eventually found out that that was trying to sneak in a phrase that, they had been doing. And obviously the Royals of the, 14, 15, 16 and sneaking in, those phrases and the numbers and trying to find any way, shape, or form to do that. Well, last night it seems Jack Caglione was given that same objective. So let's listen to the conversation with the rookie Jack Caglione, who clearly is not seasoned in talking with the media and finding a way to slowly, nonchalantly slip in this nice little phrase that he has been given, which was not, it wasn't an easy phrase, but still execution was terrible on this. But let's take a listen to Jack Caglione and what took place last night.
We're just trying to put sweat in the bathtub with this time of year. Yes.
Makes sense. And there's a lot of things where you're like, when you hear it, you're like, I don't know that that really made sense, but I guess I can see what they're trying to say, right? But that one was like, we're just winning games, just trying to, sweat in the bathtub.
I loved Vinny, who
Yes.
just cracked him the whole time.
Called him out.
A hard time. But then at the very end, looks at Annie and goes, right about that, and starts laughing. I love that.
She should.
Right about that.
She should write about that. Yes. Like when you're given, I wonder how quickly, like before the media got there, like he was told, hey, this is the phrase you need to use, sweat in a bathtub. So this is how you've got to use this phrase, figure it out. And then the media shows up and he's like, oh my God, now I don't know what to do. But if you sit back and think about it, if you had a little bit of time, you could find a way to say, we're just going through these games and every night, you've got to go out there and try to find a way to win, and you're working and working and working. And it's like, you work so hard, at the end of the day, even when you're taking a bath, I mean, you're still, perspiring. It's like sweating a bathtub. You're still doing that while you're trying to, cool down from that win. It's like nonstop, you know what I mean? And that's what right now it feels like. Boom, done. But he said, these at bats and games, it's like sweating a bathtub. Just stop. And then he just stopped and totally gave it away. It's like sweating a bathtub. Next question.
The stop really was
Yeah.
the dead giveaway there. When everyone just looked around, and you hear Curtis in the background start chuckling.
And then who was it that was like, you looked at him and was like, really, this is one of those things, right? I don't know. I couldn't hear what was said, but it was like, this is one of those. And he goes, yeah. He couldn't even hide it. Yeah. Like almost like a sheepish, like, yeah, I got caught. Yeah, that's what it was. You got Vinny making. It's fun when they're winning, right? It's fun when they're winning, and you can have some of these things. You don't get those when they're losing. You get no music in the clubhouse. You get sad, and we're just gonna, I mean, we got to come back tomorrow and try to figure it out. We're gonna get out of this thing. We're gonna keep working. What I love about it is the guys in here are working. Everybody's in here trying to do the same thing, and so we'll figure it out. We'll get it back tomorrow. Great thing about it is there's another game tomorrow that we can get back out here and try to work, but it's not good enough. It's not good enough right now. We don't hear that. You hear the music in the background. You get to make fun of the sweat in the bathtub. It's fun when they're winning. It makes the curse and the blessing of every single day having that game. So look, man, it's like sweat in a bathtub. You know what I mean? I'll tell you this here at the Tahoe this afternoon. If you're going to be taking a bath, you might be sweating in that bathtub because that sun is hot. So yeah, there you go. They got the win. Let's talk about real quick about concerns, Sterling. Urseg. That it didn't look. It just doesn't look like Urseg. I mean, we know what Urseg looks like. He couldn't find it last night. That didn't look like a guy that was like, you're not going to touch this. All right. When we've seen Steven Cruz go up there and just challenge guys, like, you're not going to touch this, man. I'm throwing 100, and it's got 14 inches of break. Like, good luck. And that's what we were seeing with Urseg last year. Like, he wasn't Wade Davis Cyborg, but damn, he was as close to Wade Davis Cyborg as we had seen since Wade Davis Cyborg last year. It was Urseg's on the mound. It's over. This game is done. You ain't scoring a run. You're probably not even getting a guy on base. And man, it has been a struggle this year. And certainly it's a concern because while it's nice that Steven Cruz has developed the way that he has, but that is a nice sort of topping to go along with what you expected to have with Urseg and Estevez already. I don't know that Hunter Harvey will ever pitch in a Royals uniform again. I'm not going to count on Hunter Harvey being a part of this team at all. So having Cruz and whatever you would get from Zerpa, that was nice because the given was Lucas Urseg and Estevez, whether they're comfortable saves or not. But the given was Urseg and Estevez. And there's real concern from me for what we've seen from Urseg because it just doesn't look the same. He doesn't look the same on the mound. And I don't know if he's still fighting something, still, dealing with a back, still dealing with something else. You overcompensate. Is Cole Reagan's on the IL because he was overcompensating for the groin and putting too much stress on his labrum, on his shoulder? Is that why he's now out with the, issue? Is Urseg doing other things because he's overcompensating for an injury and he shouldn't be pitching? Like, I don't know some of those things that are going on. But oftentimes when you see a pitcher struggle, the next couple days you go, oh, here's an IL stint. Okay, well, this is going on. I mean, we saw it a couple times with Urseg. We saw it or a couple times with Reagans, and we saw it with Urseg this year. It wouldn't be a surprise, Sterling, if before the All-Star break we hear that Urseg is going on the IL for something.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. He just does not look the same. I think the All-Star break will do him, maybe more than anyone else on this entire roster, the most good to try and get right. He is, and he has to be the fireman. He has to be the guy the Royals go to. Yes, it's lovely that Steven Cruz is doing that, but I still would say that I would trust Urseg, and you're supposed to trust Urseg more than you were supposed to Estevez. Estevez is a really good closer, but he doesn't have the same swing and miss stuff that Urseg has. And you look at last year compared to this year. Last year, Lucas, 72 strikeouts in 61 innings. This year, 27 strikeouts in 34. He's just not been as dominant. Yes, the ERA still looks really good. But again, if you're not just box score watching, if you're actually watching the games, you'll see and understand that Lucas Urseg has not been the same guy that he once was last year. Again, though, I'm with you, Jason. I think this is more injury related, or at least injury lingering related than anything else. But once the All-Star break comes back, second half gets underway, and if he still looks like this in the second half, then I will have some pretty dire concerns.
Yeah, and maybe that's what it is. Maybe they're just, limping to the All-Star break with Urseg, and I don't know. We'll see if they use him again. I mean, they've got 4 games left. He did not look good last night, and I know they said, well, he threw the wild pickoff attempt over to first, and maybe he was frustrated, and that was the walk. Well, I mean, come on, you're a professional pitcher. He's had some times where he's made mistakes. He couldn't find it last night. I mean, when Brian Reynolds was up, and it was a 2-1 pitch, and it was a changeup that was like 5 feet out of the zone. I mean, it's not even close. Like, they call them non-competitive pitches now, which is a term that came about like 5 years ago. It's like not even that's a non-competitive pitch. Like, it was a non-competitive pitch. It was, and he's mad at himself because it wasn't even close. Like, if that was supposed to set up something else, it's not even, you don't get anything out of it because it's so far out of the strike zone that Brian Reynolds doesn't have to worry about the speed or the location or the break on it because as soon as it leaves his hand, you're like, well, I'm not swinging at that thing. That thing's way out of the zone. So he does not look like Urseg right now. Hopefully he can figure it out. If Cruz can continue rolling, Zerpa, like you said, it feels like it's hot and cold. Feels like it's more and more hot hotter than colder than it was earlier in the year when it was colder than hotter. It's like here at Tahoe. It's cold and then hot. This morning seeing your breath, freezing cold, and now everybody's wearing Speedos and tank tops. It's odd. That's what everybody's in right
How am
now.
I supposed to chip with that going on?
I'm not sure.
Doug.
We'll take a timeout. We'll come back. We'll continue rolling. Let's talk some college football on the other side. Soren Petro had a fantastic interview with Chris Kleiman. I want to play a couple clips from that. Scott Frost is really endearing himself to the Nebraska faithful, doing everything he can for GBR. And I think they're saying GFY to Scott Frost. And we'll hear from Ross Dillingham and some other things that took place at the Big 12 Media Days. And Brett Yormark, man, I mean, I don't know what he was trying to accomplish with his insecure questions he kept asking to the media members, but we'll get into that. Todd Lebo will join us at noon. Hopefully in the next hour, we'll be talking with Rob Riggle, hopefully around 11 o'clock. Michael Pena is going to join us sometime around then as well. Joe Buck in the noon hour. All of that is scheduled. We'll see who else can stop by. Todd Lebo at noon, Mick Schaefer 1 o'clock. We continue rolling along. More Zone next.
You're in the zone with Jason Anderson on Sports Radio 810 WHB.
Okay, Jason, couple of things.
Yes.
Next break, you have a Heartland Men's Health.
Okay.
Which order do you want to run the Kleiman?
Yes, we will do. Let me pull up that texty text. All right, so Kleiman's. I want to play clip 2 first, and then clip 2. Clip 2 definitely.
What are the named? I don't have.
It's Kleiman on trusting enforcement if someone is doing illegal NIL activities.
Gotcha.
We'll play that one for sure. If we get to another one, then we will probably play clip 3. If we get to another one, which is Kleiman on if the money can be a distraction. So we'll.
The tub thing would be, I'm still getting used to this humidity here in Kansas City. It's like sweating in the bathtub.
It's a great one. That is awesome. That is perfect. I was way off. I was thinking too hard. I should have gone the Etro. It's like Kansas City in July.
Exactly.
It's so hot here, but yeah. Or you say, the humidity's here. Look, I'm used to it when I'm in Florida. I mean, we sweat in a bathtub in Florida. It's so many different ways that he could have used that instead of, we're out here trying to win games like sweat in a bathtub. Like, what the are you talking about?
Makes no sense.
All right.
3 minutes.
3 minutes. Okay, very good.
With over 50 years serving Johnson County, they're excited to now be serving Lawrence and all of Kansas City as well. And here's the best part. Get your first application absolutely free. Call Custom Lawn today or visit customlawn.com to claim your free application and get started. Custom Lawn and Landscape, because beautiful lawns don't happen by accident.
For over 40 years, Choice Solutions has delivered trusted IT consulting and managed services, keeping your business secure, smart, and stress-free. Choice Solutions, building trusted partnerships for 40 years. Make the right choice today by going to choicesolutions.com.
The world is coming to Kansas City. Will your parking facility be ready? Gann Asphalt and Concrete is your winning team for all your parking lot needs. From faded lines and crumbling sidewalks to potholes that leave a lasting impression, Gann Asphalt and Concrete is your winning team for all things parking lot. They even have the expertise to prepare your property for what's next. Trusted, reliable, ready. Don't wait until it's too late. Let Gann Asphalt and Concrete help you pave the way forward. Visit GannAsphalt.com. Gann Asphalt and Concrete. One contractor, all things parking lot.
This Saturday, Sporting KC faces the Seattle Sounders at Children's Mercy Park for Retro Night. We're celebrating our 2000 MLS Cup championship team with 2000 era music and special appearances from former players. Don't miss this one-of-a-kind game day experience. Get your tickets now at sportingkc.com.
David is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
Nice to meet you. My name is David. I've been a pharmacist for 44 years, and I'm from Flowery Branch, Georgia. When I first started taking Prevagen, I noticed stuff just seemed to come together and fit like a jigsaw puzzle. When I have customers come in, I recommend Prevagen. Number one, because it's safe and effective, does not require prescription, and I've been taking it quite a while myself, and I know it works. I wouldn't recommend something like Prevagen if I didn't think it was worth it because it works so good for me. And I love it when the customers come back in and tell me, David, that really worked so good.
Yeah,
makes my day.
because we've got taped
Prevagen
interviews at
at
11.
stores everywhere
so
without a
the
prescription.
whole 11 o'clock
This
hour is pretty
product
much
is
open.
not intended to
That if you wanted to
diagnose,
sit down, we
treat,
could tape
cure, or
with him
prevent
while we
any
play the
disease.
tapes.
Testimonialists is compensated for their
We
time.
may, Drake, we may tape an interview while we're playing the Regal and Pena.
Care Center, the Phillips 66 station.
Okay.
Tired of riding the shuttle buses when you fly? Let KCI Car Care pamper you and your car. They offer valet parking and vehicle service while traveling out of town, which is both helpful and convenient. They drive you to your terminal, drop you off curbside in your own vehicle, and pick you up curbside when you return. To find out more, call 816-243-5880. That's 816-243-5880. KCI Car Care Center, the only way to fly.
Give your back in 30, Heartland next break.
Cool.
Make a splash with a brand new Sea-Doo personal watercraft built for speed, style, and serious fun.
Have you had a talk with Chad about who's going to take Dylan's spot?
If they're gone, they're gone.
Not yet.
Stop by Reno's Power Sports at
He said he would talk to you about that, so
Okay.
get that figured out.
Do you have a leader in said clubhouse?
8900.
Darcy's more interested in it than anybody else, but I think any of them would work. Here we go.
Cool. All right, we'll continue right here on Sports Radio 810 WHB. Jason Anderson with you, Sterling Holmes, the Drake. We are hanging out in Lake Tahoe. I am. Unfortunately, Sterling and the Drake are not out here in Lake Tahoe. Our coverage presented by Bobsite Auto Group, Zero Res, Window Nation, GAN Asphalt, and Concrete. Drake, why doesn't Chad ever bring you to Lake Tahoe?
That's a real good question. I don't know. I've never been.
Yeah, I mean, he's standing right here. Do you want me to ask him?
No, I would imagine it's because if I'm out there and something here breaks,
that's right.
There's no one to fix it.
See, that's the problem, Drake. That's
we have the interns.
Yes, but that's the problem. That's what you have done. You've done this to yourself, Drake. You've made yourself so valuable that you can't leave Kansas City. That's why I'm sent to Tahoe. Nobody needs me back there. Who's the least valuable person here? Who's the least? If something were to break, it's the last person.
That is more true than you realize.
The last person we would go to. You know what? Send Anderson to Tahoe. We'll figure out everything else out. Drake, you can't go anywhere. We don't even want you to go into Louisville or Wichita. You got to stay right here because when you're there, you're still here, Drake. Okay? You're here in spirit. Even when you're on vacation in Canada, you're still here. Or wherever it was, New York. Sorry.
Now I feel bad. I should have invited Drake to the cons. I went to Incubus last night. I feel like
so did I.
Wait, you went last? I figured you would have actually liked that. You went.
Great.
Amazing, right? Morning View in its entirety. Before I love that album, so good. But I love when bands do that because you're going to hear songs that you potentially will never hear because they wouldn't play those songs live. But when they play the entire album, you're going to hear it. So I thought that was outstanding. Brandon Boyd sounded so much better now than he did 5 years ago.
I thought Manchester Orchestra sounded fantastic.
They did too. I've never been a massive listener of theirs. They're fine to me, but I thought Incubus was very, very good.
Are you more Manchester United or City?
Sure.
Okay.
This is like the fourth time I'd had tickets to see Incubus. They kept canceling shows in town.
This is my second time seeing them, and they were, I thought, phenomenal. I also thought Brandon Boyd looked a lot like Anthony Kiedis, the singer from Chili Peppers. I don't know if you noticed the mustache, the tattooed shirtless combo, the hair.
No over muscles.
True, fair.
Sterling, by the way,
this conversation, Jason?
No,
are you enjoying this?
No, I do. I think you missed a golden opportunity there when you said, I went to Incubus last night. I should have invited Drake. And Drake then says, oh, I went there as well. Sterling, you could have responded and go, oh, well, thanks for my invite, Drake. See, he could have turned it on him like, well, I should have invited Drake. Oh, you're not going to invite me? Oh,
I should have. In fairness, Drake has invited me to concerts before.
Really?
Drake and I went to see. We saw Dinosaur Jr. together. Yeah.
Nice. That's
cool. We've gone sorry, Jason. All you have to do is ask.
Well,
wait, did you take that picture, Drake?
Yeah.
How close were you?
Close.
Why didn't you? Okay, now I am mad.
Why didn't you invite me?
What? Dog, I was Jordan Love's seats. I was Jordan Love's mom's seats, okay? I was back.
I had a friend who had sat a really nice seats, and her sister bailed on her at the last minute, and she asked me if I wanted to go, and so I got to sit down close.
Awesome.
I am a jealous man. My friend is moving from Philly to Denver, And so he and a friend came through, stayed at our house, and we decided last minute to go. So,
well, you know what, Drake, it worked
you
out
should've
well
got
for
us
you.
tickets, Drake.
See, Drake, Sterling didn't invite you, so you didn't then feel obligated to tell your friend, "Sorry, I've already got tickets." And now you got better tickets and better seats. So thank God. Sterling actually did you a favor. Sterling did you a solid for the first time.
Starlight is an absolute treasure, by
Dude,
the way.
I love Starlight. Just a phenomenal venue. Incredible.
Yeah. This is where I will be totally honest with you. I feel like you know, someone that's born 15 years ago that people are talking about Seinfeld. Because I am just music. You know that about me. You guys talk about music. I'll sit back and listen, and I know a good portion of the audience is loving it. And I'm
if
listening.
You would have said,
and,
"Pardon me, I didn't know much about Incubus," that would have been the best thing you could have said.
Is that right? Is that a reference to Incubus?
It's a lot like sweating a bathtub.
Which, by the way, shout out Drake. You gotta give your version of, and Sterling, I'm gonna ask you next. So Drake, because I gave my version of what sweat in a bathtub would have been, and I do not like mine nearly as much as I like Drake's. So Drake, what would be your version of having to use sweat in a bathtub if you were Jack Caglione last night?
Jack just should have said, I'm still getting used to Kansas City. It's so humid here. It's like sweating in a bathtub.
Beautiful. Easy to the point. That's great. Sterling, what would be your usage of sweat in a bathtub?
Yeah, it's like moss on a Mississippi stump. It's like sweat in a bathtub. It's just one of those situations that you got to go and try and fight through.
Okay. Yeah, that works.
Confuse them more.
Yeah, that's
the
true.
The more things you say, just really confuse
that's
them.
True.
And then they gloss over the particular one that's dumb.
Yeah, inspired.
Because they're all dumb.
Yeah, inspired by Drake's. Mine would have been, well, up in the big leagues, as it gets hotter, like I feel like I play much better, baseball. I mean, I'm from Florida, where you sweat in a bathtub in Florida. So as it gets hotter, I feel like, my game should get better. Maybe go that
Well,
route,
it's like August in Kansas City.
Oh, we know,
it's
Ichiro.
Like two rats.
Oh, we know about that one, Ichiro. We
and
know
a
about that
sock.
one. Yes, we're aware of that one, Ichiro, as David Wells was talking about Ichiro yesterday. Let's hear from Chris Kleiman, who was talking with Seren Petro yesterday. And again, a really interesting interview that Seren had with Chris Kleiman. Looking forward to hearing from Lance Leipold today, Jalen Daniels, and the other KU Jayhawks that are there. But Chris Kleiman weighing in on, we have this new enforcement wing that is with the group of, or a Power Four, whatever, with this new NIL. And is there going to be trust that they're actually going to do anything of substance in college football when this thing is established?
I think if you're an administrator, you have to be confident in it because that's the way that they're being.
You manage from
exactly
a view of success.
Yeah. The media, every media person I've talked to is not confident in it. All of us coaches are probably somewhere in between.
Okay.
We want to support and hope this is going to be done the right way, but we want to see it happen. I don't trust that it's just going to be not going back to the old days of somehow getting this guy $1 million under the table. I hope it doesn't happen. And if it does, I hope somebody gets caught on it. That's what's going to have to happen. And it can't be a mid-level team. It's got to be a blue blood that gets nailed on something that the fine, the repercussions are going to be significant. I don't know. Until that happens, I'm skeptical.
Sure.
Probably not as the athletic directors are they believe in it. They've been working on it forever. We just hear the outside, right. And then you hear probably the third party stuff. So I hope it is because it's the only way we're going to get this thing equitable.
It's interesting stuff from Chris Kleiman because I don't trust that there's going to be any teeth to the enforcement arm of this. I mean, nobody trusts anybody else. And it's what I had been talking. People are complaining about the NCAA enforcement staff and, they're going to push the NCAA out and they're going to create their own enforcement staff. Yeah, but the problem with that is you think you are doing it because it is out of the kindness of your heart. Like you are being gracious and philanthropic in the money you're spending on certain players and really helping out a kid and creating generational wealth. And the other schools think you're cheating. And you think when the other school is doing that, that they are also cheating, that they are not doing it because it's for the best interest of the kid. And so when you don't trust your neighbor, you're going to create rules that then have to then discipline said neighbor, like an HOA. Well, I'm parking on the street because I need to, this particular, but you're parking on the street because you're just keeping your car there. Let's make a rule that you can't park on the street in the HOA. Okay, so then that starts happening. And so to Chris Kleiman's point, who trusts that anything is going to get done? And it's interesting that he brought up the I hope it doesn't go back, or I don't trust that it's not going to go back to $1 million under the table. But I can't say for a fact that it's not. And if it does, then yeah, I hope somebody gets caught and they hit them hard with that. But it's got to be a blue blood. And that's exactly what I joked about when they brought this whole thing back. And I said, hey, Sterling, we get back to the days of when you can funnel money through some churches and you can give, here's $1 million there and here's a $500,000 there. And we're going to, $50,000 there. It's all going to be under the table. We can return to that now that the salary cap is here and the NIL has to be absolutely legit and quote unquote fair market, which, is an ambiguous term, and, come up with what somebody thinks fair market is. When somebody's willing to pay somebody that money, then that should be fair market. You're worth as much money as somebody's willing to pay you in a fair market system. And so an open market system. And so Chris Kleiman breaking that up, it's clear that coaches are wondering if other schools are going to be giving the money under the table the way that it used to be, that you would have your suspicions about how this player got to that campus, and there's whispers about a certain amount of money, but nothing we can prove. But on the record, here's his NIL deal, and here's his salary cap deal.
So we are back exactly where we started, but now it's going to be more convoluted and complicated because some of it's going to be legal. It's you know what? Honestly, for the players, it's a good welcome to the to an adult life. Of it's like the IRS or when you have to pay taxes, and they're like, yeah, we know how much you owe. Okay, so you're going to give me a check and I'll pay it. No. Try and figure it out and send it to us. If you give us too little money, we're going to come after you. If you give us too much, sorry, too bad, pal. We're going to keep it. So welcome these college kids to the adult life. I don't care as long as Mizzou doesn't get caught and gets the players. So
I mean, that's what it goes back to, right? Because it's like, well, no, well, we're not winning, but we're doing it the right way. We're not cheating.
No,
we're,
I don't care.
Right. And then you got the others that are like, well, you're cheating. Well, we're winning. Like, you really like, okay, that's great. What you think we're cheating, that's fine, but we're winning. That's the only reason. Yeah, but I'm fine with losing as long as we're not cheating. Okay. No, you're not. That's it. You're just telling yourself
Mizzou goes 5-7 or doing it the right way, or they can go, 11-1 and make a college football playoff with a slight under the table strong ass offer.
No, in today's
give me the strong ass offer.
Because in today's day and age, I mean, I know what the legal, not legal, part of the rules and part of the bylaws, not part of the bylaws anymore. Like, okay, you're paying players. So back in the day, like we had a conversation, we were at a dinner last night and we were talking about, just reminiscing over like different coaches in college basketball and sports and football and over the years. And it was like, we got in a conversation about Quinn Snyder. And it's like, man, remember when he got in trouble for giving athletic apparel to his players? Like that's like you are cheating. You're giving them Nike gear. What a scumbag. What an absolute scumbag that you are giving these guys. Now, there might have been more stuff that was given, but whatever. But it was like, oh my God, there's all of these things that are like, they've got like jumpsuits and shoes and hats and shirts and pants and shorts and all this gear. Like, what a cheater, man. Totally cheating. Like, remember that was what we were talking about. Quinn Snyder, scum, cheater. That's the only way he's getting players is because he's giving them athletic apparel. Like, it's so stupid.
No, because they all knew he was going to be a great NBA head coach.
Yeah,
they just knew.
Right,
they just knew it.
Yeah, he was going to get a kid that wasn't born at that time, and he was going to coach him in the Hawks with Trae Young. It's going to be great. That's exactly what's going to happen. And then Ricky Clemens and a lot of other things took place at that point. And then somebody watched Head of State and is good, but it's not good. So that was the biggest lie told out of that whole thing that took place with Quinn Snyder. But Bill Self is still at Kansas, so that's good. It's not like Missouri had a chance to do that. No big deal on that. So yeah, At least Missouri baseball didn't have a chance to hire that old College World Series winning baseball coach that played at Mizzou. Anyway, let's take a break because we're having fun out here at Lake Tahoe. Our coverage presented by Bobsite Auto Group, Zero Res, Window Nation, Gann Asphalt and Concrete. Hey, it ain't all roses and sunshine on the other side too, because KU had a chance to hire Jim Harbaugh. and they didn't do that. They did not hire Jim Harbaugh. They went a different route, so they had they hired somebody else. But they do have a good one, and Lance Leipold, and he'll be talking later today. We'll hear from Lance, if not during our show, then definitely during the program with Soren Petro. Let's take a time out. We'll come back, continue rolling. I want to hear a couple of other clips. Scott Frost, what he had to say about Nebraska. Ross Dillingham has a very virtuous sort of view of how he'll run his program, which sounds great to say in public, but how that actually works, we'll talk about that as well. Again, we're hoping to be talking to Rob Riggle at 11 o'clock, Michael Pena coming up about 11:25, 11:30, Todd Lebo at noon, Joe Buck around 12:30 or so, Mick Schaefer 1 o'clock, more zone rolling along in Lake Tahoe next.
Want to see more of The Zone? Watch the show live on the Sports Radio 810 WHB Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch.
All right, man, if you're out there in your 30s, 40s, 50s, you know, you've heard me talk about what was going on in my life with low testosterone. In fact, for the last 10 years or so, I had been wondering, you know, I wonder what my testosterone level is. Like, I didn't know, but I was sort of curious, and I didn't know if, you know, as you get older, and it's like, well, I'm not as motivated as I've been in the past, and, you know, the gains in the gym aren't happening because, you know, I'm not going to the gym. And so it's hard to put on, you know, muscle when you're not actually working out. I realized that after I stopped working out. But Heartland Men's Health was there for me to go and check and see what the testosterone level is. And then sitting down and talking with them, and you find out that, you know, guys start losing 2 to 3% of their testosterone production every year in their early to mid 30s. That starts to accumulate. Gradually, it builds and builds and builds, and you don't feel like the same way you did in your 20s and 30s. It could be that you don't have those energy levels. Maybe you're not getting those gains in the gym. Maybe you're not wanting to go to the gym. You're not sleeping as well, not waking up feeling as refreshed. I had brain fog, didn't even know what it was because, you know, I couldn't figure it out because of the brain fog, not as productive at work. Some of those things take place with low testosterone. I went to Heartland Men's Health, scheduled a consult. They did the lab work, results 30 minutes. I even got to play a game to guess what my testosterone level was. That was fun. I was way off. It was lower than I thought, which, you know, good and bad. Good because I knew what it was, bad because it was that low, but then also then good again because of the testosterone replacement therapy. So a licensed medical provider will review your results with you, discuss your options, help you make the decision together with the medical team. Cost of the appointment is only $99, and that includes medical consult, T, and PSA test. That's an important one. And if you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, the visit is free. Heartland Men's Health, successfully treating men in the Kansas City area. 3 locations to serve you: Overland Park, Independence, between Blue Springs and Lee Summit, and North Kansas City. Call them today, 844-447-6600. Tell them you heard about it right here on Sports Radio 810 WHB, 844-447-6600, or visit heartlandmenshealth.com.
Are you a parent, guardian, or caregiver of an adult with autism?
brilliant.
The Autism Resource Center of Kansas City is here to provide support.
Do you have, you're talking about Scott Frost audio. I don't have Scott
No,
Frost
it's not. We don't have audio of Scott Frost. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just a quote he gave specifically to the Athletic that did an interview with him. But we, if we, yeah, sorry about that. I sort of combined the Scott Frost and Dillingham and your Mark comments there, but yeah. If we don't have much time here, Dillingham the longer clip, so let's put your Mark on.
In style. Sierra is built to handle it.
Well, do your mark then.
And then
Forever. Randy Curno Buick GMC.
Todd doesn't have
Find them in
anything to
Kansas
play
City
at
or
noon,
at
then we can say
randycurno.com and ask for the SSJ special for even more savings.
Hi there, Gary Joslin with Joslin's Jewelry. We're the family jeweler in town that gets recommended by everybody. If you had a diamond from another store and are tired of going back and being hassled by the commission salespeople, bring it to Joslin's. We're glad to see you, and we're ready to help. Come see us at Joslin's Jewelry, 9529 Antioch. Joslin's Jewelry, the jeweler you'll recommend to your friends and family.
Joslin's Jewelry, for the best that's yet to come.
Yeah,
Get ready, Jayhawk fans. Football season is coming. The brand new renovated David Booth, Kansas Memorial Stadium is the place to be. Don't miss a minute of the action as KU football charges into a new stadium at a new season with big-time matchups and electric game day energy. Season tickets are on sale today. Great seats, great value, and the best way to rep the crimson and blue all season long. Secure your spot today at KUathletics.com. That's KUathletics.com.
Chiefs Kingdom, you've earned it. It's happy hour time at Rye. Whether you're clocking out or catching up with friends, unwind from 3 to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. Sip on handcrafted cocktails, enjoy cold local beers, nibble on savory bar snacks, and don't forget, it's half-off slices of our legendary pie. Find us on the Country Club Plaza or out at Mission Farms in Leawood. Rye is your MVP hangout all season long. For menus and more, visit RyeKC.com.
Love golf? Then you'll love the new Great Life Kansas City Golf app. Book tee times with the tap, track your scores, and even get exclusive member deals, all in one place. Stay connected with your favorite courses, GPS maps, check live weather updates, and find the perfect time to hit the greens. Download the Great Life Kansas City Golf app today because your best round starts here. Great Life Golf. Live, play, better.
What if you could pay your home off in half the time with half the interest without changing your spending habits? With the Freedom Loan exclusive at Cap One Lending, you can. Unlike a traditional loan where 90% of your payment goes to interest, the Freedom Loan pays principal first, eliminating over $100,000 in interest on average. Another huge benefit of the loan is you have access to your home's equity anytime you need it. We've been offering this Freedom Loan for nearly 20 years, and thousands of families are now living debt-free. Isn't it worth a 5-minute phone call? Whether you're purchasing, refinancing, or getting cash out, the Freedom Loan could be the smartest financial move you make. Call 816-905-1111. That's 905-1111. Or apply at cap1lending.com.
Cap One Lending, a Kansas licensed mortgage company, license number MC0026341, NMLS of Missouri license 2468614. Programs and rates subject to change without notice.
All right, as we wrap up this hour here in Lake Tahoe American Century Championship, we'll talk with Rob Riggle and Michael Pena in the next hour as they are heading here to the driving range. I believe Chad Boger having a conversation with one Rob Riggle right now. So we'll talk with him coming up at the top of the 11 o'clock hour and hopefully talk with Michael Pena after that. And then Joe Buck will talk with him sometime in the noon hour. But Brett Yormark talked yesterday, and I had to play this because this was such an awkward thing that he was doing with the different media members that were there. Can we play this clip? It's about 25 seconds. This was a reporter that covered the Red Raiders, and this is just one instance of what Brett Yormark kept doing with different media members there that were asking questions.
Jared Ramirez with RedRaidersports.com.
Red Raider, did you say?
Red Raider Sports, yes, sir.
Okay, and is this your first media day or not?
That's my second one.
Second. You like the setup versus Vegas?
I wasn't in Vegas last year. I went to Arlington the year before that.
What do you think about it here?
It's pretty nice.
You like it?
Yes, sir.
It feels big?
Yeah, I'd say so.
Okay, good.
I like it. Yes. The stage is nice.
Stage is nice?
Yes.
I don't know what the motivation or what that was about, but good God, that was embarrassing.
How's it set up in Tahoe, Jason?
It's nice. You know, the stage is nice. I like it here. It feels
Is
big.
it big?
Yeah. It's Jesus. I mean, how insecure is that? Like, what is being talked about there that you've you've got to go that route and be like, look how legit we are, right? We're a big conference. We're the Big 12. This is big enough for you, right? All these people that may say that we're not good enough, big enough, tough enough. Well, it's a big deal. You've been to this one before, right? It's a big deal, right? Big conference, big deal, big stage, right? I mean, it's a little, Richard Hill energy is what it feels like from that with Brett Yormark. The Big 12, like you're trying to establish yourself that you're as good as the SEC and the Big 10, and we want the same amount. But then you do go that route with the this feels big, right? This is big. It's big, feels big. Awesome, man. Unbelievable. It felt embarrassing. Felt embarrassing. We'll talk with Todd Lebo maybe about that coming up at noon. We'll see. We're going to talk with Rob Riggle coming up on the other side of the break. So we'll take a timeout here, and then we'll talk with Rob, and then Michael Pena will join us as well. So hopefully back to back, since they are hanging out together and they've got an afternoon tee off. So we'll talk with him coming up in the next hour. Todd Lebo at noon. Joe Buck, we'll talk with him as well coming up in the noon hour. Mick Schaefer will join us. Maybe a little Rotten Tomatoes that we'll play with one Mick Schaefer. So we'll take a timeout. We'll come back. Our coverage continues, presented by Bobsite Auto Group, Zero Res, Window Nation, GAN Asphalt, and Concrete. Rob Riggle, Michael Pena coming up on the other side of the break, hanging out in Lake Tahoe. We'll see what we get into. Probably some big slick. We'll see what else is going on in the life of Rob, and looking forward to both those interviews, and Michael Pena as well.
Better water now, pay later.
Hey, Drake.
It's not the love. Hey, it's water.
Can you flip me over to
For a limited
FM?
time,
We're going
offering
to tape
no
here.
payments and no interest for 6 months.
Trey Wingo is sitting down, so if we can get that rolling in the FM room. Trey, hey, Jason Anderson.
Jason, Kansas City. Pleasure, absolutely.
We are flipping over the equipment right now to tape. Magic of radio, Trey. We're playing our interview with Rob Riggle yesterday while we talk with you to play later.
Rob's a good guy.
Yeah, he's a great dude. Kansas City guy and good dude, man.
Former Marine.
Yeah, absolutely.
Played out with him out of Pebble Beach this past April.
Yeah.
Petro's recording in there, so I'm going to do it in here.
Okay.
Give me about 10 seconds to get some the board set up for that, and I'll let you know.
You're the man. That's why they don't bring you to Tahoe, Drake. It's because everything would break if you were not there. All right.
Okay.
You're the man. All right, here we go. Coming down 3, 2, and 1. All right, we continue right here on Sports Radio 810 WHB. Jason Anderson with you as we continue to hang out in Lake Tahoe, the American Century Championship going on. And beautiful, beautiful Lake Tahoe. I think, Trey Wingo joins us. Trey, are you contractually obligated to say beautiful Lake Tahoe? Can you just say Lake Tahoe?
You can just say Lake Tahoe, but you wouldn't be giving an accurate description.
Good point.
So this is about as good as it gets anywhere. And I'm a fervent believer of when you're here, you have to get in the lake.
Okay.
So I've been swimming in the lake the last 2 days.
Good for you.
It's awesome.
We have a rule, and I don't know that it will apply to Bethany here and Gabe. The rule has always been that if it is your first trip, you must get in the lake at least once.
Well, I would agree with that.
This is 15 for me. So I've been in the lake a number of times, but trip number 1 for Bethany and Gabe.
It's Bethany and Gabe's excellent adventure in the lake. That's what has to happen.
Must happen.
That is a guarantee.
You are absolutely right. What's going on with you? How's life for Trey Wingo?
Well, things are very good. I just out here doing some stuff with the St. Andre golf account on Instagram, the best golf creator account there is. I followed those guys for a couple of years, so we're doing some collaborations with them. Leaving here, headed back home, and going to do the British Open coverage of the Open Championship with NBC. Did the U.S. Open with them as well, and then I've got a couple of things lined up in the fall that aren't completely finalized yet, but they will be shortly, and I'm looking forward to that as well.
And you're ready to announce that right now. They're not final, but you're ready. That's what you came on for, is to break the news. Thank you.
Sure, you're welcome. To be determined, yes.
Are you, I know it's so much football with Trey Wingo football. Are you enjoying the golf part of it? Is that something that's been a part of your life?
Yeah, golf has really sort of taken over my life over the last 10 to 15 years.
Wow.
I loved almost everything I did at ESPN, but covering the U.S. Open and the Open Championship for 9 straight summers was pretty special. That was a lot of fun.
We get in this argument or conversation, not really an argument, discussion about the U.S. Open that, we saw what happened this year and how tough it is. And I find myself leaning more towards, I can go out with buddies and watch guys do that. Like I appreciate so much watching guys just work around the golf course and put it next to the pin and do that, because I don't have an understanding of really just how difficult that course is.
Yeah.
I have an understanding of how great these guys are. Do you enjoy it when it's like that difficult?
Yes.
Okay. So you're on the opposite side of that.
1,000%.
Yeah, right.
I want to see
you're in the
those
majority,
guys
by the way.
struggle. Yeah. I want to see those guys struggle and feel the way we do on the course. Look, the USGA has the standard line, right? We're not trying to embarrass the best golfers in the world. We're trying to identify them. And there was a tipping point in 2004 at the U.S. Open at Shinnecock that Retief Goosen won his second, holding off Phil Mickelson in the final round, where the grass and on the greens were so severe on one hole they had to water the green between groups. That was when they realized, okay, we took this thing too far. But this year at Oakmont, it wasn't even the USGA. The folks at Oakmont, the membership there, have this thing about making this the hardest golf course in the world. I played it a few years ago. It is the hardest golf course I've ever played, and they want it to be the hardest golf course they've ever played. Like Gil Hance, the great golf designer, came in and redid it, and the membership told him, do not make this easier. And it played, I think, a few strokes higher to par than it did the last time the U.S. Open was there in 2016 when Dustin Johnson won it. So I'm all in for this one thing.
Right.
That one time, make them feel like we do.
I get it. I totally understand
and then
that
what?
part.
J.J. Spawn makes what, a 40-footer?
Yes.
A 50-footer to win it? So
Right.
good for him.
Which doesn't feel like we do.
Correct.
You know,
I think I've had one of those.
in your life. At Oakmont, congratulations.
Yeah, definitely not at Oakmont.
Congrats
sure.
on that. Trey Wingo is our guest. So this is interesting because we've talked this offseason with the Chiefs losing the Super Bowl.
Right.
And there are kids. My niece celebrated her 1-year-old birthday, and she has no idea what it's like to see the Chiefs win a Super Bowl.
Yeah,
and
she's
so
one of the few.
It's a rough life for her. And so everybody else is spoiled, right?
Yeah.
But it sort of feels like the Chiefs get knocked down by the Eagles, and there's a whole lot of, okay, well, now it's time for everybody else to take the reins and
Yeah,
take
well,
the
good luck
mantle.
with that. Let me just say that. Good
You,
luck
you
with
get
that.
that same sense that's sort of how the conversation has been this offseason?
Yes, look, it's the same thing with the Patriots, right? People were tired of them winning all the time, and they came up with all these reasons and excuses. And the bottom line was they were just better. And at the end of the day, the Kansas City Chiefs are just better than almost everybody else. And this whole ridiculously stupid narrative about the officiating crew helping them was the most obnoxiously dumb thing I've ever heard in my life. Like I did the research, okay, over the last 3 seasons. Do you know the team that had the most touchdown drives sustained by penalty in the entire NFL? It wasn't Kansas City. It was the Buffalo Bills.
I was going to guess Buffalo.
It was the Buffalo Bills.
Yeah.
Okay. The Chiefs have already done things the Patriots didn't do. The Chiefs have been to 5 of the last 6 Super Bowls. No team has ever done that. And after their loss to the Eagles, which, by the way, they just got run over because the offensive line and the defensive line were just better. Philadelphia was just better. People are like, well, they'll never be as good as the Patriots dynasty. Well, let's just pump the brakes here for a minute. You know what Tom Brady's record was in his first 5 Super Bowls?
3-2.
3-2. Okay. You know how many seasons it took Tom Brady and the Patriots to get to 5 Super Bowls?
Was it 13?
11.
11.
11.
That was 11 was going to be my first guess.
11.
So stupid.
Patrick Mahomes did it in 7 seasons as a starter.
Yeah.
I'm not taking away. 2017 doesn't matter because he didn't play. He didn't play. All right. So in 7 seasons as a starter, that team's been to 5 Super Bowls and won 3 of them. So, and you're telling me that there's no chance they can match what the Patriots have done? Now, the bigger issue is how long Andy Reid's going to stick around. And, you know, obviously the best part about Tom's career was he had an unbelievable second act.
Yes.
And played till he was in his mid-40s. I firmly believe that that's what Patrick wants to do. The question is, how much longer will Andy be around? And I look, people kept looking for them to take a step back. They said that when Tyreek Hill left.
Yeah.
And they went on to win back-to-back Super Bowls. So you go ahead, count them out at your own peril. As long as they're healthy, this is the best receiving core he's ever had.
Agreed.
Ever had. With Rashee Rice coming back. Worthy was on the same trajectory last year as Rice. Now Hollywood Brown is back. Everybody bashed Kelsey last year. He still had 90-something catches. Now, he didn't have a ton of touchdowns. But, you know, in one game, in the Bengals game, they decided to throw a touchdown to Wanye Morris when Kelsey was wide open. Like, that happened, you know. I think Kelsey's going to be fine. They definitely have to be better on the offensive line. And this kid out of Ohio State has got to be good. Moore has got to be good.
Simmons.
Simmons, yeah, Simmons.
But more from San Francisco, who they signed originally.
Right.
Yeah.
They have to. These guys have to be good because they can't have, you know, obviously the move from Tooney to guard to left tackle was a desperation move, and it just shows you what a great player Joe Tooney is.
Right. Yeah.
I was kind of surprised they moved on for him. I understood why they did it because they wanted to make sure that they had Trey signed. But you know, they still have really good parts of that offensive line, and I just think if you're going to count them out, you're not looking realistically at the situation.
And I think the Trey Wingo's our guest, and I think you can make a case that even with, you know, Joe Tooney being gone, because as we look at specifically in the Super Bowl, Joe Tooney playing left tackle and Caliendo playing left guard, I think they are better at left guard and left tackle in week 1 than they were in the Super Bowl.
I would agree
Because
with you.
Jalen Moore or Josh Simmons had better be a better left tackle than left guard,
Well, they're an
undersized Joe
actual
Tooney.
left
Right.
tackle. Like Tooney did an
Yes.
unbelievable job. Like people don't know how hard that was.
100%.
What he did.
I loved hearing from offensive linemen that are like, this is what he's doing. Like you hear from the guys that have done that. And
People
like,
go from tackle to guard. They don't go from
Yeah.
guard to tackle.
Right.
They don't go from guard to tackle.
Yeah. And
Tooney's a unbelievable player.
Yes,
unbelievable player.
He is, and I'll miss him in Kansas City. Certainly, the press conferences left a lot to be desired. We called him Joe Bot Tooney, because he was definitely from the Belichick
Patriot
world,
way. The Patriot
way
No
of answering questions, which was great. But they drafted Kingsley in the second round last year to play left tackle. They move him now to left guard. He should be better than what Caliendo was. So in theory, on paper, you would hope that they are better at left guard and left tackle than they were in the Super Bowl. A lot depends on health, but the point that you were talking about earlier that I want to address is second act, and I wonder how close we're coming up to the second or third act, because when they traded Tyreek Hill, I called it version 2 of the Patrick Mahomes era.
That's
Not
fair.
necessarily second act, but version 2, because now it's no Tyreek. They were investing in younger players. He was making a lot of money. They had to figure that out. I wonder what the second act will be when Kelsey's gone. Chris Jones is not as dominant as he was a couple of years ago. When, the big three of Mahomes, Kelsey, and Chris Jones are the big one, and fill in names here with somebody else.
Well, that's where you have to trust a guy like Brett Veach.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Brett Veach has proved himself to be trustworthy. Look, that 20, by the way, I just was watching Justin Reed play. And Justin Reed was a big part of that secondary for a lot of years. But, he was a perfect replacement for Tyrann Mathieu. So they've done this before. That 2022 draft has really kept them in it.
Yeah.
Because you've got all those players for 4 or 5 years, depending on where you drafted them, on a rookie deal. When you get McDuffie, Karlaftis, Williams, Watson, Pacheco, Leo Chenal, all those guys in one draft, that's how you sustain dynasties. Obviously, they're going to have a couple more drafts like that to keep it going. But I know that there are 2 GMs every year that absolutely kill the draft, and that's Howie Roseman and Brett Veach. And I'm going to trust Brett Veach to find the right solutions, because he's proven that to be the case. And one Super Bowl loss does not take that away from him, in my opinion.
Yeah, and typically after a Super Bowl loss, Brett Veach has really invested heavily in whatever the issue was.
Correct.
In that Super Bowl loss, and he's done that.
They revamped the offensive line after the Super Bowl 55 loss.
Yeah,
and
that's when they got Creed and Trey, and they traded for Orlando Brown. Tooney.
Yep.
They tried to get Trent Williams. They spent an offseason trying to get Joe Tooney and Trent Williams.
Yeah.
And they were close to getting Trent Williams.
But there's a couple of names out there that are still unsigned that I would not be surprised if by the last week in August or first week in September, some of them sign up with the Kansas City Chiefs.
Yeah.
It's very much like what the Patriots were able to do.
Yeah.
They'll let you go when they think your price is too much, but they'll bring somebody back on pennies on the dollar, and that's how you sustain dynasties.
Yeah, and it's Trey Wingo's our guest. That 2022 draft is so vital because they traded Tyreek Hill and they get these resources. And I know people talk about, the process.
Juju's back to it. Now,
Exactly.
He's going to have a limited role, but, when you have those other 3 guys, Juju's a fine option.
He was the number 1 wide receiver when they played the Eagles.
Correct.
Just a couple of years ago in the Super Bowl, and now he's the 4th or 5th wide receiver on this team, depending on what Jalen Royals may do. But that 2022 draft, the process in Philadelphia, people say, failure. And I think it was a failure in how they utilized resources. But gathering the resources, I don't hate the strategy.
No, not at all.
Trading Tyreek Hill to gather the resources, I like the strategy. You had, $30 million in a cap hit that you also can use elsewhere, plus those draft picks.
Yeah.
When you get McDuffie and Karlaftis and those guys, it makes the strategy look smart. It also helps that you have the resources, Trey, to trade ahead of the Buffalo Bills to get McDuffie, and they get Kyrie Elam.
Okay, why do the Buffalo Bills keep trading? That's how they got Mahomes.
Right.
That's how they got McDuffie.
Yeah.
That's how they got Xavier Worthy.
Yeah.
Like, if I'm the Bills and the phone rings and it's a Kansas City area code, hang up.
I'm not answering it.
Don't do it. What are you doing? Like, you are now hurting yourself.
Yeah.
You are now choosing to hurt yourself, is what you're doing. If you decide to talk with those guys on draft day, you are just inflicting self-damage.
Yes. Yeah. Trey Wingo is our guest. Patrick Mahomes, is he regressing?
No.
Is it?
I thought
weapons?
he played better last year than he's ever played.
Interesting. Why so?
Because there was nothing around him. I mean, like, what other quarterback is going to lose his top 2 wide receivers and his number 1 running back and still lose only 1 game that they were trying to win in the regular season? Like, and people are like, oh, well, he threw this in. Okay, you're looking at stats. I'm looking at how the game is played. There were no options available to him at times. Some of the interceptions, like there was that San Francisco game where he threw 2, and I think Brock Purdy threw 3. Of those 5 interceptions in that game, only 1 was on the quarterback. All the other ones were on the receivers running the wrong route or a batted ball and all that kind of stuff. So, people look at stats and they don't watch the game. Though I think Patrick's greatest skill set has been his ability to say, okay, what I did in 2018 and 2019 is not available to me now. So now I have to find other ways to make the offense function. All that being said, I expect them to be way more explosive this year because what they're doing this year is what they tried to do last year before Hollywood Brown got hurt in the preseason game against the Jags, before Rashee Rice blew out his knee in the win over the Chargers. So I think when you have Worthy and he's never had 2 young receivers at the peak of their power like Worthy and Rice.
Yeah.
He's never had 2 guys. Like even with Tyreek, it was Sammy Watkins or Byron Pringle. I mean, or DeMarcus Robinson. Fine players. They weren't Worthy or Rice status receivers. I think as long as the offensive line can be held up a little bit, you're going to see the deep ball this year from the Chiefs.
And I really want that to me is one of the more fascinating aspects of this season, Trey, is the last touchdown to Xavier Worthy that has been really broken down and talked about ad nauseum here in Kansas City since that, because it's one little morsel to go off of, but it's also, looking to a blast from the past. And it's also Mahomes taking that shot. It's 1st and 10. It was a change of possession. It was a turnover on downs from the Eagles. They have the ball at the 50-yard line, 1st and 10. Noah Gray is open for a 5-yard dump off. Nobody's within 10 yards. Hollywood Brown's running a 15-yard dig, and he's open.
Yeah.
Xavier Worthy hadn't gotten to the 2 safeties yet.
Yeah.
And Mahomes threw it.
Yeah.
I'm convinced that, 3 weeks before that, a month before that, he either dumps it off to Noah Gray or he hits Hollywood Brown.
Right.
And I wonder if that sort of triggered something in it's 1st and 10. Hollywood's there. Bleep it, Tyreek down there somewhere.
Yeah.
Bleep it, Xavier's down there.
Listen,
I'm going to take that shot. And I hope he does that.
Well, listen, at that point, the game was obviously out of hand.
Absolutely.
Right? So it reminds me a little bit of, there's this great clip of Eddie Lopez, who was Greg Maddox's personal catcher when he was with the Braves. And they were playing the Astros. And they were winning like 8-0 or whatever. And there were 2 men on base, and Jeff Bagwell comes
yeah,
up.
yeah.
And they throw him away. Then Maddox says, I'm coming inside on him. So he comes inside on him, and Bagwell just hits a rocket over the left field wall for a 3-run homer. And Eddie Lopez was like, why did you do that? He goes, trust me, we're going to see that team again in the playoffs. So they see him again in the playoffs. It's a bases loaded, 2-out situation. And Bagwell comes up. He throws him 3 away, strikes out on 3 pitches, and he turns to Eddie Lopez and said, do you remember? He was looking for that inside pitch. I wasn't going to throw it to him. He was looking for it, and that's why I was able to work him outside. And Eddie was like, oh, my God, how do you remember that
2 months
stuff?
ago.
So in a strange way, it's very similar. All right, that game was lost, but what can I build on for next year to give Worthy a little more confidence? That play makes sense to me.
Quick ones for you. I know you got to go. Trey Wingo's our guest. The Steelers, any idea what they're trying to accomplish?
The 2025 Steelers would kill it in 2019.
Oh, they'd be so good.
I mean, like, I have there's only one reason that you sign Aaron Rodgers to a 1-year deal, and it's you're desperate. Their last playoff win was against the Chiefs before they drafted Patrick Mahomes. That's how long the playoff drought has been. They just re-signed the GM Omar Khan to a 3-year contract extension. They have doubled down on Omar Khan. Mike Tomlin knows that he's in trouble.
Yeah,
they've got to win. There's no part of me that believes the Steelers are in a 1-year championship window, and if they do win it, congratulations. But you bring in Jalen Ramsey at this point, and you give up Minka Fitzpatrick, and for all that DK Metcalf has been promised, the best play of his career is chasing down Buda Baker on what would have been a pick six. Like, he hasn't been great. So I think the Steelers have real issues. And I think that, since 1970, there have been 3 Steelers head coaches. We've had 6 popes since 1970. They do not change coaches lightly. But I think if something doesn't happen dramatically this year, they will change coaches.
Maybe the next pope comes from Pittsburgh.
Well, the last one's from Philadelphia, right?
Who knows?
Or it was Chicago.
Big White Sox fan.
Chicago,
Big White Sox fan.
Someone has to be.
Trey Wingo, our guest. Trey, thank you so much for stopping by. Enjoy Tahoe, and I really appreciate the visit.
You got it, man. And just everybody relax. The Chiefs are going to be fine. They're going to be fine. You got another 8-9 year window here. You're going to be fine.
Your words to God's ears, which is Patrick Mahomes in Kansas City.
And
So
Andy Reid.
we'll take a timeout. We'll come back. More Zone next.
So much. Appreciate it. Yes. Done this for you guys.
All right. That's probably the only one we're going to tape here. Thank you for that.
We just got a break.
No, we're probably not going to have another one here. So you can.
We're in break right now. Do you want to
Awesome.
run? Just go straight to Pena.
Yeah, just go straight to Pena. We'll do Trey Wingo tomorrow.
Pena is the new DJ.
He is the new DJ. He plays the music. If you do not like the music, get off the dance floor. God, nice work on the head of state. It's good.
JoslinMensHealth.com.
Big news, Kansas City. Joslin's Jewelry has just been named Best of Kansas City by Ingram's Magazine and awarded the prestigious gold medal. For over 47 years, Joslin's has been your go-to for exquisite jewelry and exceptional service. All of us here at WHB are proud to be partners with Joslin and would like to recognize this great achievement. Visit Joslin's Jewelry, where every piece tells a story. Joslin's Jewelry is at the corner of 95th and Antioch in Overland Park. Joslin's Jewelry, the gold standard in fine jewelry.
For the best that's yet to come. I'm here at the fencing tournament with Brad McGee from LBA Home Services.
When's the last time you took in a good fencing match?
Seriously, fencing?
It's an art form. It's combat. It's choreography. It's a mind game like chess. Plus, you could get stabbed.
Well, when you put it like that.
It's sort of like air conditioners.
I'm sorry, what now?
Fixing air conditioners. The stakes are high, and you need to know exactly what to do.
Fair enough.
Watch this guy. Stamina, determination, skill. Exactly what we want in an AC tech at LBA.
So, will you hire and train him to come and work for you?
Just need to know one more thing.
15. We have a winner.
Perfect score. He's LBA material, all right.
Naturally.
Think I've found our next AC technician trainee? Hey, Ungod.
Ow! Ouch. One simple idea, one name to remember. LBAservices.com.
CBD American Shaman is introducing a groundbreaking new product. Advanced alkaloids are a plant-based supplement designed for anyone seeking natural relief from everyday stress, discomfort, or those days when you're feeling a bit down. Stop into your local CBD American Shaman locations and ask about advanced alkaloids.
Mention Saturday participating Kansas City area locations to receive your free trial of Advanced Alkaloid, a $9.99 retail value. No cash value. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Must be 21 or older holder with valid ID to purchase.
It's James from the Bullpen Bar and Grill at 135th and Union. Come in and enjoy cold beer, great cocktails, along with one of our delicious Chicago hot dogs while you watch your Boys in Blue on our state-of-the-art big screen or one of 20 other TVs representing KC in the All-Star Game. See you there.
Paid for client portrayal and endorsed. The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely upon advertisements.
There's a lot I didn't know.
I do know. If you've been hurt in a car wreck, call me. I've got this.
Mike's got this.
816-888-7500. Mike's got this.
David is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
Nice to meet you. My name is David. I've been a pharmacist for 44 years, and I'm from Flowery Branch, Georgia. When I first started taking Prevagen, I noticed stuff just seemed to come together and fit like a jigsaw puzzle. When I have customers come in, I recommend Prevagen. Number one, because it's safe and effective, does not require a prescription, and I've been taking it quite a while myself, and I know it works. I wouldn't recommend something like Prevagen if I didn't think it was worth it because it works so good for me. And I love it when the customers come back in and tell me, David, that really works so good. Makes my day.
Prevagen, at stores everywhere without a prescription. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
Slightly Stupid is coming to Kansas City on the Step Into the Sun Tour, July 13th at Azure Amphitheater, with special guest Duration and Little Stranger. Tickets are on sale now through Ticketmaster.
See.
Don't miss Slightly Stupid live in Kansas City with Duration and Little Stranger. Tickets are on sale now through Ticketmaster. Produced by Mammoth.
All right, we continue right here on Sports Radio 810 W8B. Jason Anderson with you, hanging out at American Century Championships in Lake Tahoe, is presented by Bobside Auto Group, Zero Res, Window Nation, and GAN Asphalt and Concrete. Joining us now is Michael Pena. You see him on the big screen and the TV shows as well. You see him out here in Lake Tahoe. Michael, thank you for joining us.
Dude, I'm excited to be here, dude. I'm like, I can't wait to talk about GAN Asphalt.
It's true. And concrete.
And concrete. I'm like, because it's an important part of everyday living, and I'm glad that they get their moment.
Yeah, absolutely. And you were talking about that before we even came on the show.
Yeah.
You were talking about parking lots and the things that have been going on.
Oh my gosh, because we need parking lots. And by the way, the fact that this is a sports show and you got the actor Michael Pena here is like, it's interesting. You hit an all-time low.
No, we hit an all-time big. That's what we did. We got a guy that's finished top 20 a couple times, finished top 10 a couple of years ago. On my fantasy team last year, helped me win locally with the show. We do a fantasy thing with the American Century Championship, and I had you on my team. You could only draft it; nobody else could draft you, so we had the draft picks.
Oh wow!
And so you helped me win.
That's
last
cool.
year.
Yeah, no,
so I appreciate it.
So this year I haven't been playing too much. Just,
okay, good to know.
So for all the gamblers out there, there's a lot of gambling. For somebody like me to get into the top 10. Last time I played into the top 10, I'm like I made so many birdies on the weekend. It was one of those weird. At first you think it's crazy that it's like, okay, it's just Saturday, right? It's one of those. And then on Sunday, I make more birdies. I think I made like 7 or 8. It was insane. And I birdied 17 and 18 to crack the top 10, which for me was such a big win. Because everyone was like a Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
And then there was like the actor from Shooter, and then John Elway. Yeah.
There's more than the actor for Shooter. I mean, come on.
Well, I mean, yeah.
Michael Pena's, I guess, I got to talk to you about Big Slick, in Kansas City. Just a little bit ago, you were there.
I was there with my wife, man. It was so cool. It was, for me, the big thing was going to the hospital and
Children's Mercy Hospital.
All those, and to see all those kids and how appreciative they were of like, all these celebrities from Kansas City, like doing right and getting together, and some of them don't have hair and are very skinny, and they're like, thank you so much, I really appreciate it, and with all of their heart, just giving, expressing their gratitude, and the fact that they raise so much money so that their parents could be there, because I'm like, it can't be easy, and so for you to have to go through something that your kid is going through, like having a terminal sometimes disease, and then not being able to afford it, and just the problems can just amount
Yeah.
to like an astronomical amount, and it was just so rewarding. And then you get to see the big slick,
Yeah.
right? You actually get to be a part of it. And I was just sitting on top, just talking to Martin Starr a bunch, and a bunch of people that I haven't seen. Paul Rudd was there. I did a couple Ant-Mans with him, and
Mhm.
it was. I'm going to go back, or we're going to go back every year. It's got to be in the books.
How did you get the invite this go around? How did that happen with you to get out there?
So I did a thing in South Carolina, and Rob Riggle was there. But
Okay.
I've known Rob for a long time. We played this thing called the Crew Cup, which is an amateur kind of Ryder Cup style thing, and it's a bunch of really really great people in it. And so we've met there. We've met in the actor comedy circle. I haven't done a lot of comedies, but I'm like he's in it. And he's just been always a great guy. And we went to we would go to dinner, blah blah blah. And he told me about Big Slick, and he's like, and it's interesting. Like you hear about it, but then you actually go, and it's completely different. It's like going to your first Super Bowl. You're just not ready for it. And there were some lows that you try to man up and try to bring some light into the building. And then at night, that night, you do the exact same thing. And so I can't wait for next year. It's going to be awesome.
Michael Pena is our guest. I was talking to this about this earlier today before you went out on your round, and man, you got me in Landman. You got me in. I mean, yeah, I know, man. I'm like, look at this cast. Michael Pena's in it. If he's in it, I'm watching, and then nothing, and then gone. Second after the first episode, into the second episode,
here's
and I'm
the thing
like,
for
what
those
the
of you
heck?
that haven't watched Landman.
You know what? Too bad. The embargo's over.
He just totally messed it up for everyone.
I mean, have you guys already filmed season 2? I mean, come on. I mean, like,
exactly.
I'm pretty sure the embargo of like spoiler alerts have passed with Landman. If you haven't seen it yet, that's your fault.
Yeah, but here's the genius, dude. Like, so I'm like, I there was one. I only did it kind of as a favor because I
did a favor for Taylor the other day too.
I love him as a writer. And well, I don't know how much of a favor it is because I'm like, I just think that he's a phenomenal writer. Like, he really knows how to entertain, and he takes big swings and then he justifies it. It's just crazy what he's doing, right? So I read the script and I'm like, easy, yes, no big deal. He told me his idea where like it's going to be in one episode because it's the pilot, and no one's safe. He wanted to put that message across to the viewer, and I was like, yeah, okay, it's a great idea. He was absolutely correct. All my friends were like, dude, what is going on with this? Like, I can't believe they did that, and
there was some outrage of like, why would they do that to Michael?
I know,
Why would they do that to him?
And he accomplished what he wanted to accomplish. And I'm like, there's not a lot of times where a writer intends to do something, to create a splash, and he did.
Did you push back and like, well, maybe
Not at all, not
later
at all.
on in the season?
But when we were filming, I just had such an easy time working with that guy that I was like, wow, man, I wish I could film like some more, because he said something that was pretty genius. He's like, dude, you can add whatever you want, just don't take out anything. I was like, wow, this is amazing. I'm like, I've never been told that. So
did you add much in
yeah,
your
I mean,
character?
like, because he builds such a great world, right? And he's such a great writer that he writes in moments, right? And when you rehearse, you think of like, oh man, I would love to say this, I would love to say that, and who knows if it's going to work out. And then on the day, you're like, oh, this is perfect for this one thing that I kept thinking of as I kept reading it. And he's totally receptive to it, but that doesn't happen unless he gives you the moments, know. And Billy Bob Thornton is phenomenal in this show. He's got moments and he improvs a lot, but he has a great springboard in his writing.
Yeah, it's a phenomenal show. I mean, there's so many different things that you've done. We talk sports a lot, and in Kansas City with Patrick Mahomes, I know there are people like on the field are like, man, I'm watching Patrick Mahomes. I'm playing in the NFL and I'm watching Patrick Mahomes do that.
Yeah.
Are there actors or entertainers that you're around that maybe maybe not even in the middle of a scene or working with on a movie, a set, that you're like, man, that guy, what he's doing right there is just a level.
I did this. I remember there was like a bunch of people. Crash was one of them.
Oh yeah.
Because Crash, I was a nobody.
That's when people got to know you.
I was a touring musician at the time. with my band Nico Vega, and we still tour. We did Lollapalooza last year and a bunch of other music festivals, which was rad. Um, and so that was the first time that I was like, I saw like somebody like Don Cheadle, Sandra Bullock, Brendan Fraser, Matt Dillon. Like, I was overwhelmed by how good they were. And then another one was American Hustle. It was Amy Adams, Bradley Cooper, Christian Bale. And I remember seeing Christian Bale, and I was like, this guy's 1,000% in it. He's one of the greats, and I think he's him and Daniel Day-Lewis are some of the best male actors around. I think it's 1A, 1B with those guys.
Do you have to audition anymore?
I don't.
Well, let me ask you, when was the last audition? What was the last thing you auditioned for? It's a better question than just a yes or no.
End of Watch.
End of Watch. Okay, that was a great one. That was one of the like Crash, End of Watch, as it started to be like, okay, Michael Pena's in the movie, I'm watching it. If he's in this TV, I'm watching it. Was End of Watch was great. I mean, it was
End of Watch was really cool. It was one audition with Jake Gyllenhaal, and we just had a blast. It was in a small office. And
so you guys auditioned together?
Yeah. Well, he didn't have to audition, but I did.
Okay. Jake had the part. They're trying to find the partner.
And then there was a bunch of people that came in.
I see.
And it was, I think it was between me and two other people, and it could have gone either way, to be honest with you. I think Jay Hernandez had strong consideration. He's a really good actor, and it could have gone to him just easily. It's just like they couldn't make up their minds. And I think there was one other person, and luckily it was me.
Do you like playing the FBI, CIA, police officer type role?
Like, I can't get away from it because, like, I love watching true crime.
Yeah.
And that really just grabs my attention. And so, like, I always want to see them caught, but how they get caught, right? And so, I watched, like, since I was a kid, Forensic Files and stuff like that. My parents put it on. It was like, a lot of fun. And my dad was in the Army back in the day, and my brother's a police officer. I was in JROTC, so it's like it was always around.
Yeah.
And I just always had an affinity for it for some reason, and I love those movies. Like I remember Saving Private Ryan was out, the Band of Brothers, and A Thin Red Line, like all these movies that I just absolutely love. I remember Full Metal Jacket. I think I watched it like 100 times. Apocalypse Now.
Yeah.
I watched a bunch, and those were just, I don't know why, but those movies really, really stuck with me, and I watched those probably more than anything.
With your background, Michael Pena's our guest, with your background and your dad and your brother and family being that, where did the acting come from? Like, where did that part of your life come from? Was it in the family in some way, shape, or form?
No. So what was really weird is that we lived in a very poor area in Chicago, right? And it kind of came out of necessity because a lot of my friends were getting unalived, I guess you could say, because of being at the wrong place at the wrong time, going out at night when they shouldn't. And, I lived across the street from a park that had 4 rival gangs on each side, and they would, you would get caught in the crossfires, right? And so my parents got cable, and this is the only time that they actually really encouraged us to watch as much TV as we wanted to. Better to watch TV than be outside.
Yeah.
Not during the day, but like, at night. So like come time 6 o'clock, Chicago gets kind of warm. I mean, kind of dark early. From 6 o'clock to 10 o'clock, after we, do our homework, we're just watching television. And so my brother would come home. He was a great mimic, and he would tell me, what a teacher was like. And he went to prep school, and I was like, oh, that sounds so cool. And so since we were kids, we were imitating each other, and imitating people on the TV show, on a television set. And that's how it came about.
Yeah.
But
did you ever like say, this is what I'm going to do for a career?
Never, because I was, I was a wrestler in high school, and
were you good?
And yeah, I mean, I went downstate twice.
Oh wow!
In Illinois, which was all right.
Nice.
And I never thought that I was going to be an actor, but the kids at the prep school would pay me to do imitations of some of the teachers. So, and I didn't know, but that was the beginning of my.
So that was your first paid gig.
Yeah, that was my first paid gig, and you know what? Like the turkey sandwiches at Marist High School were phenomenal. And so
they paid you in turkey sandwiches,
so I would start doing imitations at like 9 o'clock in the morning.
Wow.
In between, and they would pay me $0.25, 50 cents or whatever, and that's kind of the way it started.
Wow. Michael Pena is our guest. When did it when did it change in terms of trying to make it in acting in Hollywood to then, whoa, I'm famous? Like, do you remember a whoa, I'm famous moment?
No. Well, I mean, it's weird to even think that. To be honest,
Yeah.
with
Well, you are.
I do get surprised when people like know who I am, because it didn't happen for me for so long, 15 years of like struggling and struggling and struggling, and I think it's just the amount of work that I've done that people know my name, or they recognize me. So I'm like, it's still odd to me that like they know who I am. So.
Yeah.
But I'm more grateful than anything.
Yeah, that's so there wasn't like one sort of moment that's like walking down the street, or did you remember like a moment where it's like, hold it, that because you said it's kind of weird that people know who you are, but do you remember a moment where it was like, okay, I've been recognized now?
Now that you say that, I do remember. So I did an episode of CSI, and I do remember someone saying, "Dude, you were awesome in that," and I didn't. I was like, "Whoa, that's really cool." To me, I just wanted to not be bored. I'm like, I wanted to do something that excited me.
Yeah.
And which is still what I do. And I remember after Crash, when people on the street were saying, "Dude, you were awesome in Crash. What's your name, dude?" Like, Michael Payne. Cool, man. You were awesome. Somebody screeched. I said, "Dude, you made me cry." And that's the first time that I'm like, "Oh wow, it's not just acting for me and being, in the sidelines and almost, just trying to, you know, add to the story and carry the story and tell the story at times. It's like now I'm being singled out, like, and I thought that was kind of cool."
Is that a sense of pride to where, like, I don't know, if it's when they have the big premieres in Crash with your character and there's tears and emotions, do you ever like sit back and like look around and see everybody crying from like your character and your performance? And
at the premiere, like during my scene, people were clapping, and that's when I was with my band at the time, and they said, "Dude, I think you're going to be an actor." I was like, "No, I worked on this for 3 or 4 days." They said, "You're going to be an actor." I was like, "No, it's not in the cards for me."
Yeah.
And I was wrong. They were right.
Yeah. Well, I mean, when you get a voice from everybody else that's watching it, that is what's next for Michael Pena? What do you got working?
I did I finished a movie called Good Luck, Have Fun, Don't Die with
that's what we tell everybody before they go tee off here.
Gore Verbinski.
Yeah.
And Gore Verbinski did all the Pirates of the Caribbean.
Nice.
It's with Sam Rockwell, so that's going to be really cool. I did a mini series with Sarah Snook, who just won the Tony and the Emmy. So that's really, really cool. And then I just finished a movie. It's a Nick Stoller movie. He's so funny, this guy, Nick Stoller.
Yeah.
And it's a movie with Will Ferrell and Zac Efron. And so I'm going to do that. And then I'm doing an action movie with Chris Hemsworth later this year.
Nice.
So that's.
Do you have a preference? The drama, the comedy, the action?
No, it's funny. It's like it seems like I don't know. Drama is almost like having like a hamburger. You just want a hamburger. You can't, steak, something savory, really cool. And then comedy's like the dessert.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Or sometimes you're just really in the mood for something sweet, and you eat sweets for a couple days.
Yeah.
Maybe not you, but me.
No, unfortunately.
And so it's kind of like that. So I'm like,
great.
If you do too much of one thing, you want a taste of the other.
Do you have a sports fandom for you? Because we are a sports radio station, but I don't care about talking sports when I'm with you. But I want to talk sports.
Chicago
as well.
fan.
Okay. Bears, Bulls, White Sox, or Cubs?
Cubs.
Okay.
Blackhawks as well. In Chicago, they did something that was really cool for like, especially if you didn't have cash. They would give out tickets to the nosebleeds, and so like, if you see the nosebleeds, there was all the people that didn't have a lot of cash would watch it, like a Blackhawks.
Wow.
So they were so awesome. It was such a great city for sports, and they really cared about their fans, and they would stick us up, and you could win and see hockey, and then you became a lifelong fan of hockey.
Smart,
now. Yeah, exactly.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you got our guy Luther Burden there with the Bears, wide receiver in the second round.
Yeah,
So
that's right.
Enjoy that.
I mean, we'll see. We'll see. We got Caleb Williams, and we got a lot of wide receivers. Like we lost one. I think he went back to the Chargers, Keenan Allen. We got a lot of. I think the O-line, just like in Kansas City, like when you guys had an amazing offensive line, which allowed Patrick Mahomes to be Patrick Mahomes. but if he's running for his life, he can't really set his feet, can't really throw that well, and that guy's an athlete. Like out here, he hits like a sand wedge, like 140 yards. You got to be kidding me. This guy's an athlete, man. He's got great hands, and he just hits it hard. He doesn't care.
Yeah, right,
You know?
right. Just go for the pin.
God bless you.
Go.
Somebody just sneezed.
Yes, Bethany.
Bethany just sneezed.
Yes, so she's made it. There you go. She's made it to the interview with Michael
I
Pena.
said, God bless you.
Yes, there you go. So, Michael, I've taken up way too much of your time. Thank you so much for stopping by and hanging out. And best of luck this weekend.
All right, thank you.
There you go. Michael Pena joining us here. We'll take a timeout. We'll come back. More Zone next.
You're in the zone with Jason Anderson on Sports Radio 810 WHB.
Choose the best. From State Line to Ward Parkway, all 5 Kansas City Greenlight locations are serving up freedom and flower deals all month long. Whether you're stocking up for backyard barbecues, lake trips, or fireworks with friends, we've got the quality, the pricing, and the experience that made us Missouri's #1 dispensary 4 years running. Celebrate how you want with who you want with Greenlight. The best cannabis deals always at greenlightdispensary.com.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, your favorite drafts are poured at a frosty 29 degrees, and rare barrel-aged whiskeys are served just the way you want them. It's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
All right.
Twin Peaks Scratch Kitchen scores every time. Dig into hand-smashed burgers, chef-inspired flatbreads, and more at your local lodge.
Creekmore Golf Course, not just for golfers, it's home to one of the best dining experiences in town. From chef-inspired dishes to handcrafted cocktails, our restaurant offers fresh flavors, friendly service, and stunning golf course views. Now, whether it's a casual lunch, date night, or drinks on our new outdoor patio, come on out for the food and stay for the experience. Creekmore Golf Course, great golf, even better dining. Online at creekmorepoa.com. The Golf Club at Creekmore, your only short drive of the day, will be getting there.
Les Norman here. I want to invite you to tune into my show, Breaking the Norm. Every week, my special guests join, and we cover the brightest and most compelling side of sports. Inspiration, heart, and a whole lot of positivity from people who have lived life differently. Athletes, entertainers, and people like you and me, sharing their stories of challenges they've overcome, experiences that uplift, motivate, and celebrate the good side of sports and life. Breaking the Norm is presented by TruckMotors.com and First Federal Bank of Kansas City. Every Saturday on Sports Radio 810 at 7 a.m. and Tuesdays at 4 p.m. on ESPN
They're
Kansas
ruthless,
City.
man.
We are Missouri Farm Bureau Insurance, and we're for home sweet home. We're for condos, tutors, single wides, and studios. We're for ranches, houseboats, 2 stories or 20. Red cedar, bluebirds, white squirrels, black walnuts, whatever's out your back door, we're for that. We're for watching the sun rise over the Mississippi and set over the Missouri. We're for kicking off your heels in a high-rise, hanging up your hat in the boot heel. And if you have a home in Missouri, we have a policy for you.
I'm Steve Shedd, your Missouri Farm Bureau insurance agent. And if you're in Clay County, I've got you covered.
Is your business technology working for you or against you? For over 40 years, Choice Solutions has been helping companies like yours stay secure, scalable, and ready for what's next.
It looks like
From IT consulting to managed services, Choice Solutions has you covered. They handle the tech so you can handle business. Choice Solutions, building trusted partnerships with companies for 40 years. Make the right choice today by going to choicesolutions.com.
This statement has not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
I was always tired with weekly bouts of indigestion. A friend asked me, when was the last time you did a detox? Never, I said. So she recommended Active Liver.
Our liver works hard every day to remove toxins from processed foods and unclean air and water. But too many toxins can overwhelm the liver, causing it to actually store toxins in our body fat. Low energy, brain fog, headaches, bloating, and skin irritation are all telltale signs that we need to act. Water or juice fasts can help, but often require days or weeks of feeling tired and sick. Thankfully, there's an easier way. Active Liver from New Nordic is a natural supplement that helps your liver effectively eliminate toxins on a daily basis, leaving you feeling better with more energy and less bloating.
Within a week of taking Active Liver, I was feeling better, and now I have more energy than I've had in years.
Available in both tablet or delicious gummies, you can find Active Liver online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com or in stores at your local CVS or Meijer grocery.
Hey, Soren Petro here, your home for college football. Sports Radio 810 WHB is headed to Dallas to bring you the very best coverage of Big 12 Media Days. We welcome Chris Kleiman.
All these NIL deals that are legit, they should be able to profit off their names like this.
By the way, that kid is Avery Johnson.
Yes.
So you pointed out. The program's going to be broadcasting live from the Frisco Star. We'll have all 16 teams covered for you live from Big 12 Media Days right here on your home for college football. Sports Radio 810 WHB.
All right, we'll continue right here on Sports Radio 810 WHB. Jason Anderson with you, Sterling Holmes, and the Drake. We head up until 2 o'clock. That worked out well, thankfully. Sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes you feel like a nut, sometimes you don't. I don't know, Sterling. Depends on how you feel. But Rob Riggle, how about that? We had back-to-back big slicks. You know, it's such a big deal in Kansas City, and it just took place. And you know, and hearing Michael Pena talk about it, like Rob Riggle obviously been a big part of Big Slick. Sterling, you've been able to be a part of it, and you get that, you know, access, and you get the behind the scenes stuff, and you see some of the work and everything that it takes to put that thing on, and the emotions that go into it, and the fundraising. And Rob Riggle saying, you know, it's almost like, you know, you see the number and you're overwhelmed, and then immediately you're like, oh God, how do we beat this next year? Like, how are we supposed to top 4 million? Was it 4 million this year?
Oh, I have a picture somewhere. I got to look it up now. It was insane.
What was
Just
that
year
number?
after year after
Yeah.
year, the growth of it was 4.5.
Jeez Louise, man, 4.5. And so he's like, you see that number and you're overwhelmed with, oh my gosh, we did that. How do we beat it next year? So it's just an amazing event that is put on by great Kansas City people. And Michael Pena, you know, he's worked with Paul Rudd. He's worked with Rob Riggle, right? It would make sense that he was, you know, he would be a part of Big Slick. But as he said, like the most rewarding thing was going to Children's Mercy Hospital. Like that to him, like obviously being a part of the event and seeing that and seeing what took place. And it's interesting him saying, you know, you hear about it. Like, oh, really? You do? Like people in Hollywood, like actors, you hear about Big Slick, but then to experience it, I thought was a really cool thing to hear from him, somebody in Hollywood, that he gets invited and he's like, yeah, I've heard about this. Let's go check it out. But for that guy to be like, you know what, the most rewarding thing was visiting the kids at the hospital because they were so gracious and they were so excited and, you know, to see you. And obviously, you know, if it's just like a little bit of time that you could spend with them to help their day, because of what they're going through. I thought that was really cool because ultimately we talk about the fun of Big Slick, but that's what it's about, and that's the 4.5 million going to Children's Mercy, and it's really awesome from that spot. So back-to-back Big Slicks there in this hour from Rob Riggle and Michael Pena. Enjoyed that a lot.
Tough to get. I mean, you think it'd be too oily or too slick, right? So much Big Slick, tough to grab, and you got both.
Is that what you went with?
You got great hands. You have great hands. It's
Thank
Noah
you.
Gray. You were reliable there.
I
You
appreciate
came down
that.
with the football.
No, that's nice. I appreciate you going that route, man. No, you know what? That's great. It wasn't even me though. I'm going to give credit where credit is due. Chad's the one that secured it, and Rob Riggle then gave the assist. So it was like a lateral. Like Chad caught it and then lateral it to Rob Riggle, and then that's how we got, because those guys warming up here on the range together and
So
then
you were
going and playing.
Darius Tony, but you weren't over the line. You lined up correctly. Congratulations. Nice.
Yeah, and now I'm hoping to have a corn dog soon. If I can, that'd be great. It sounds good to eat here this afternoon. So yeah, good stuff from them. And look, I don't care if you haven't seen Landman. That's your own problem. If you haven't seen Landman yet, that's your issue. And I didn't spoil it for you because you should have watched it by now. Okay, and it's a great plot twist in episode number 1. And yes, it has to do with Michael Pena's character, but a fantastic plot twist. And Taylor Sheridan, has some great shows in Yellowstone and obviously Landman. And so good stuff there from Michael Pena. And just, by the way, him just name dropping, I'm like, is there anybody that you've been around that you're just like, watching them work while you're on the scene set with them? He's like, oh, Billy Bob and Don Cheadle and Sandra Bullock and Matt Dillon and Brandon Fraser and Amy Adams and Bradley Cooper and Christian Bale and Jake Gyllenhaal. It's like, oh yeah, and he's worked with all those different guys. So that was cool to hear. But one other thing that he said that I thought is awesome, because we take pride in it here in Kansas City, and we appreciate that we have people like this in Kansas City. When he said, Paul and Rob and those guys and Jason obviously and Eric and the Heidi now, the whole group. And he said, those are Kansas City guys that do that, and that little part of it was appreciated, certainly by me, and I don't hopefully by everybody else, because Michael Pena and the others in Hollywood, they know where Paul Rudd and Jason Sudeikis and Rob Riggle are from. I mean, they rep this city with all of their heart. They, are out and open and up front and singing the praises and bringing attention to the area, whether it's through sports or through fundraising, bringing other people to the area, whether it's through actors and entertainers and athletes and things like that, and getting Kansas City more, from flyover country to being well known out there and great talent coming from Kansas City and those guys and Michael Pena saying, well, this Kansas City guys, just people know, right? They just know because they let people know. You don't just randomly find out that, oh, Paul Rudd's from Kansas City. Oh, I didn't know that. No, you know it, and Sudeikis and those guys because they're out front and they want people to know they're from Kansas City. It's fantastic.
No, it's again KC. It's the caring city, almost what it is now. And you're right. It's so cool when you talk to a lot of these celebrities, and they almost all say that this is one of their favorite weeks or weekends of the entire year for them. People who live in LA or New York, Chicago, these big cities, maybe even out overseas, but they always love coming to KC and how much it actually means for them. The fact that it is, again, a lot of people might not know. People, if you're from Hollywood, you're saying it's flyover country. Then you get here and you go, it's not. This is a place where change happens, where it matters, and you can make an actual difference right here in our hometown, our backyard. And so I just find it so incredible, motivating, uplifting. You look out and you drive by all the time. You drive by Children's Mercy, and you're like, this is where change, this is where happiness, this is where you can actually make a difference. It's so cool just seeing the growth. I mean, I've been from year one until now, the difference of Big Slick going from where it started to now. It's insane.
How many people, if you can think back and maybe just guess as an estimate in your mind, how many people were there at the first Big Slick event? Because it wasn't held in a huge arena or anything like that. Do you have an estimate of just even the size of the room or something like that to put into perspective of year one to what we're watching now?
Yeah, I can't remember if it started at Uptown or Midland. I know at one point it was the Midland, but I can't remember if it started at the Uptown originally. I have a picture of a very young me and a very young Jason Sudeikis together, a picture of a very young me and a picture of a very young David Keckner out at the Little K. But yeah, I don't know exactly how many people, but I remember originally can we break 1 million? Can we try and get $1 million to help in all of this, and to where it is now? And it's just insane. Once they made that switch to Sprint Center / T-Mobile Arena, just the growth of it just immensely took off because you can fit so many more people there. The demand just rose. And again, once people saw how much fun this was and it turned into a spectacle, into this event that it currently is, it became a premier event here in Kansas City.
Yeah, no, it's fantastic stuff. We're going to talk with Todd Lebo. He's down in Dallas, and it is the Big 12 Media Days going on. KU Day today. Now the other teams as well, but K-State was yesterday, KU today. So we'll talk with Todd Lebo, get a sense of day number 2 there in Dallas. And Big 12 Media Days brought to you by Bobsite Auto Group and Choice Solutions. And our coverage here at the American Century Championship brought to you by Bobsite Auto Group, Zero Res Window Nation, and Gann Asphalt and Concrete, which Michael Pena is a big fan. A big fan of it. I thought that was fantastic. I'm reading the sponsors, and as soon as I set it down, he immediately grabs it and looks at it. I'm like, what is he doing here? And he said, I just appreciate that, Gann Asphalt finally gets their time to shine. Here in Lake Tahoe. You know what? Send that to them. Send that to the boys.
Yeah.
Over there at Gann Asphalt and Concrete.
That's why. Just in case the celebrities see it and they want to give a shout out to your company.
That's right. Exactly. You know what? I've got we have the copy points for our sponsors right here on the paper that's right in front of me. That the actors and these entertainers and these celebrities and they all see it. You know, who knows who's going to get a shout out there from Michael Pena. You know, and Bethany even got a bless you from Michael
KC
Pena.
Guys.
Yes.
Yeah, with the KC fellas, they know a lot of these companies.
100%. He's blessing people too. I mean, Michael Pena blessing Bethany with her sneeze. I mean, it was just great stuff, man. We'll take a timeout. We will head to Dallas. You're in KC. I'm in Tahoe. Todd's in Dallas. We'll all connect on the other side of the break. We'll talk some Big 12 football media days coming up next with Todd Lebo right here on Sports Radio 810.
Live coverage from the American Century Championship in Lake Tahoe on Sports Radio 810 WHB is brought to you by the Bobsite Auto Group, Zero Res, Window Nation, and Gan Asphalt and Concrete.
Men, the summer is here. Longer days, warmer nights, and romance in the air. Intimate dinners, walks on the beach, dancing in the moonlight. But if you have erectile dysfunction, you know it can ruin romance, both for you and the one you love. This is Jeff for Heartland Men's Health. And if you have ED, don't let another summer go by without getting treated. Because intimacy is one of the greatest things in life, and fear of not being able to perform should not be something you have to deal with. At Heartland Men's Health, we're ED experts. We've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Our protocols work when others don't, and we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. You could even last up to an hour or more and perform like you haven't in years. So call us. Your initial appointment is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 844-447-6600. That's 844-447-6600, or go to heartlandmenshealth.com.
Looking for premium comfort without the premium price? Head to Randy Kerno Buick GMC and discover the Buick Enclave and Buick Envision. And this month at Randy Kerno, you can get either the Buick Enclave or the Envision with no monthly payments for 90 days. Visit Randy Kerno Buick GMC today in Kansas City or shop online at randykerno.com. And please tell them SSJ sent you.
No monthly payments for 90 days for well-qualified buyers when financed with GM Financial.
Did you hear that? If hail and strong winds hit your area, your roof could be damaged. Call Pyramid Roofing for a free inspection. With 30-plus years of trusted service, they'll protect your home. Visit PyramidRoofingKC.com. Pyramid Roofing, your home deserves the best.
Get ready, Jayhawk fans. Football season is coming. The brand new renovated David Booth, Kansas Memorial Stadium is the place to be. Don't miss a minute of the action as KU football charges into a new stadium at a new season with big-time matchups and electric game day energy. Season tickets are on sale today. Great seats, great value, and the best way to rep the crimson and blue all season long. Secure your spot today at KUathletics.com. That's KU Athletics.
Hi, Todd.
Can you hear me, Jason?
I got you
Both
now.
Jasons.
Yeah.
Hey, buddy.
Hello, Todd.
So are you going to throw to these, are you going to throw the bites or you want me to throw? You tell me what to say
That's
or something?
totally up to you if you want to throw to them. I'll tell you what the two Chris Kleiman quotes are that we haven't played yet. Let me see these. The two that we haven't played. One is Chris Kleiman on if the money can be a distraction to the players. And then the other one we haven't played is Kleiman on the changing landscape as it moves into an NFL-type model.
Okay, cool. Let's do those and not just tell some stories. Like I watched Mike Gundy up there earlier, just talking a little bit and with stuff like that. Like I said, we've been trying to get things on tape so we can get on our plane. And so I talked to some, whoever number 52 is. I didn't know what his name was. I interviewed him for KU. And I was like, we don't need to play that. Talking is fine.
I like talking.
What else have you gotten today out there?
We taped Trey Wingo while we played Riggle and Michael Pena. And then we're playing Joe Buck after you while we tape The Miz. And then after his round today, I think we're going to be able to talk to Justin Reed is out here. And then we'll see whoever else. Justin Reed was on the shuttle with Bethany this morning. and she hung out with him in the lobby. So she's already talked to Justin Reed. So, so yeah, well, and whoever else, as you know, the deal.
All right. No, you never know. So, okay, first climbing is if money will affect things.
Yeah, like
second climbing is. Go ahead.
Nope, let me pull it up real quick. Is the changing landscape of college as it moves into an NFL model. That's the way that Sterling texted me.
Cool.
Drake, do you got those?
Sounds good.
Okay, cool. So we'll play those two.
Order. Money's going to affect these guys, and because that's one of the things we taped Travis Goff here a little bit earlier.
Oh, awesome.
Later, and afterwards I talked to him, and I'm like, hey, so how's this work? Do the money you're going to have from the football team, does everyone get an equal piece, or is it going to be? And he goes, no, it'll be quarterbacks get more, blah, blah, blah. So, I mean, it is literally going to be the rich get richer because the quarterbacks already have the NIL deals. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
right.
I can talk about that in reference to with the climb and bite and stuff. So
yeah. Okay. Good to know. That's cool.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Now, I guess every school can do it different too, right?
Yeah. Right.
So.
I mean,
but I think most will do it that way because if you want to get a quarterback, you're going to say, "Oh, you come here and you get 1/85th of this money."
Plan. Here we go.
Okay.
All right.
All right, we continue right here on Sports Radio 810 WHB. Jason Anderson with you, Sterling Holmes and the Drake. We're hanging out at the American Century Championship in Lake Tahoe. It's presented by the Bobsite Auto Group, Zero Res, Window Nation, Gann Asphalt, and Concrete. And we'll talk with Joe Buck coming up later on this hour. He tees off in the 3 o'clock Central Time group, so he's going to be here a little bit earlier to warm up. So we'll talk with Joe Buck coming up later on this hour. Right now, we're going to head down to Dallas. So Sterling in Kansas City, I'm in Tahoe, and Todd Lebo is in Dallas at Big 12 Media Days. Todd, how are you, sir?
We're doing great. We're at the Star of Frisco, which is the Dallas Cowboys, and we talked about it yesterday. It's an amazing facility, like an 8,000 seat football stadium that high schools use. The Cowboys use it for some practice things. They've got outdoor fields here, indoor fields here. They've got an attached, whole bunch of restaurants. We ate dinner last night. They got the little walk of Hall of Fame stuff. Want to read about Roger Staubach or Tony Dorsett. It's all right here. And this is north of Dallas. It's like the Metroplex, kind of a swanky growing suburb, but this is the way they do it, right? You get your practice facilities somewhere else and get a bunch of stuff built around it. This is a model thing a lot of places like. We don't know what's going to happen in Kansas City yet, though, right? Stay tuned.
Yeah,
Stay tuned.
No,
don't know.
We'll
don't know. But I promise you that the Chiefs look at this and go, "It's pretty cool." It's a pretty neat place. But yeah, we're having fun down here. We're brought to you by Bobside Auto Group as well, and also Choice Solutions. Yesterday we had a lot of K-State stuff. We're going to hear from Chris Kleiman here again. Today the Jayhawks are running around. We'll have a lot of that stuff on the program with Soren Petro. So and Dion will be here. He's the finale. Dion's the last guy to talk.
Of course
Make
he
you
is.
stick around for that.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah.
Todd, I was wondering this because, I didn't hear enough media members weigh in on it when they were asked by Brett Yormark. Does it feel big? Does it feel big enough there? Is it sizable enough Big 12 Media Days?
Every person I've talked to, coaches and media and everyone, are like, it's perfect because it's not too big. This field we're on here it's a regulation football field. They play football games in here, okay? So it's the same size thing. But, when the players here and they have to go from one lounge to another to do some things, you don't have to go 700 miles. I know that we were chatting with Kalani Sitake, the BYU coach. He's a big guy, right?
Yeah.
He's like, no, I like this a lot better. I don't have to walk near as far to get from one end to the other. It's pretty interesting. He's like, no, this is good. This is a good size for me. And I think, dude, I'm telling you, there's really good media participation here, which is what Commissioner Yormark wants, I think. They want exposure for the league. There are definitely more radio stations, TV stations, podcasts, all of that stuff here than there were last year out in Las Vegas, which I thought there was a pretty good group in Vegas. You know what I mean? Because it was first year for the Arizona State, those schools out there, and it's close for them. But they're here now. I mean, they're here. The Denver people are here because Colorado's a big deal, right? Salt Lake's definitely here. So these are big things for them. So they're all here covering this stuff. So it is big enough for me. Is it shiny enough for Commissioner Yormark? I guess stay tuned because we don't know where this is going to be next year. It's a year-to-year thing on this one.
I mean, have it in Kansas City. Why can't if the Dome happens, why can't Big 12 Media Days be in Kansas City if they're talking about, if it's down there, it's big enough for have those. I'm not talking about
Maybe
next year, but
listen,
10 years from now,
we don't know if we don't know if Big 12 Basketball Media Day is going to be in Kansas City yet, and that's supposed to be in October. So,
yeah, good call with that.
hey,
yeah,
I'll tell you this: when he first took over, this is real. We've heard this from more than one person. He was looking to move the Big 12 Basketball Media Days to New York City.
Yep.
What?
And he wanted to. He wanted to move the tournament too. He wanted to move the tournament out of Kansas City until he got there, and he's like, "Oh, this is what people are talking about." All right, yeah, no, this makes sense.
Yeah, so the tournament's set now. The tournament's here,
Yes.
but the Big 12 Media Days. Listen, he likes things that are flashy and stuff like that and big. But listen, I promise you this: if they try to have the Big 12 Basketball Media Days in New York City in October, we're probably not going.
Good luck.
We got other things afoot,
Yeah. Yeah, because also that Radio Row area for Big 12 basketball media days, there's 6 of us that are there. That would be roughly 6 fewer, I think, that would be there in New York for a Radio Row to talk to the coaches there. It just
because it's
guessing.
Kansas stations,
Yes.
Iowa, and
Yes.
Oklahoma, and the rest of them ain't going. So.
Yep, that's exactly right. And so yeah, good luck with that. So yeah, it's going to be interesting. I just I know we talked about this yesterday, so I don't want to belabor the point. It's just sort of a passing comment of I wish they did have a media poll just to see what people thought about these teams. It gives us something to talk about and look at. And I don't see how it held back Arizona State last year. They won the Big 12 conference. They got into the playoff. They did their thing. They had a chance. They got a bye. I'm not sure how it held them back in any way, shape, or form. But that's what Yormark had to say. I disagree with that. But I wish we did have that to talk about. We don't. And so we'll have to figure these things out for ourselves. Because, by the way, Todd, it would at least give us something on the football substantial part of it where so much of these media days, and SEC is going to be the same way, it's going to be about NIL and the settlement and the enforcement wing that they're developing and the salary cap and the college football playoff expansion. It's going to be so much about that not really about what's happening on the field and who's going to win the conference that we'll find out what the media and the SEC think and all the local media members that will vote for their team. So Vandy will get a first place vote, and every team gets a first place vote.
5,000 voters.
Yes, and everybody's going to get a first place vote. But it's so much about non-football stuff this year.
Listen, these coaches, we've asked a lot of them. How much of your life is coaching now and how much is others? There's a whole lot of stuff that's not coaching. They got a lot of things they got to deal with. They got to deal with transfer portal, NIL, the rev share, all these things that they're dealing with. So it is a different deal for coaches than it's been in the past. There's no question about that. And that's one of the things like Chris Kleiman talked about yesterday is this money affecting your roster and how these guys think? Here's Coach Kleiman talking about how the non-football stuff is having an effect.
It's going to be. We're trying our best to keep it in-house and trying to keep the locker room good, all that stuff. I don't know how much the kids talk, probably more than I think. I think sometimes the parents talk. More importantly, the agents talk.
Right.
And then the agent tells somebody something. Also, don't ever know, what you hear is not always what's accurate either. And that's what we're finding out is, we had a kid that left the program because somebody was going to offer him X amount, $500,000. And if we would match it, then he'd stay. Well, we didn't match it, but it ended up not being $500,000. So you just don't know on all that stuff.
I was told rule of thumb, any number you hear out in the public, divide by 2. It is probably a pretty good starting point.
That's probably a pretty good starting point. Exactly right. But that's agent driven, and I understand that because then they get a bigger cut too.
Yeah.
And that's something that I know that I'm on a couple of different boards, and then there's some people obviously higher up than me that are working with Washington and Congress and senators and stuff to try to get some of the agent stuff under control so that they're not taking 15% or 20% or 30% of a kid's cut, and it's more NFL Player Association people or guys that are certified because that's the incentive to go from school to school to school is every time I get a new contract, I'm going to get more money from an agent standpoint.
Yeah, that we just saw even at the NFL level. Still, there was a former Miami Dolphin who got had $1 million stolen from him from a supposed money manager agent. That was just the other day. The guy played in the league 10 years. So these folks who are running around with these college kids and they're taking 15 or 20%, that is well above what the NFL takes. So that's a problem. We heard the clip I played for yesterday with Avery Johnson. They kind of get told, hey, listen, don't talk about how much money you got. You know what I mean? They got people saying, you don't tell. But kids are kids, man. They're all going to talk. And are they telling the truth? Is it the game of telephone? Oh, so-and-so said he's getting this, and so-and-so's getting this. I mean, this is 1,000% a distraction of some level. It's not zero. It may not be 95% distraction, but it's something because it's everywhere, and you're dealing with young people. And it's something when you're not trying to dial up a play and draw something up to beat something, it's something that's distracting from that part of it.
Well, and I don't know if this is in the next clip from Chris Kleiman, but I'm going to talk about it because it's here. When he was on with Soren, and these clips from that great interview that Soren had with Chris Kleiman, he talked about Connor Riley that we discussed yesterday, and said, he said he loves it. He's just coaching football. That's all he's doing. He's just with the Cowboys, assistant offensive line coach. And that's all he's doing is coaching football, which is what he wants to do. And in college football, that's not what it is right now. If you want to coach, then, I don't know, maybe go to the high school level. Or if that's all you want to do is just be a coach, because there are so many other things that go along with this. And I appreciate Chris Kleiman not mincing words when, asked about it. And he said, yeah, it's going to be a distraction. It's just a matter of how much and mitigating that. And the leaders that you can find in the locker room. But it's foolish, and maybe it would be wishful thinking, or maybe it would just be presenting the public what you think the public wants to hear. If you would have said, no, we're fine, it won't be a distraction. We got good guys in our locker room. We'll figure it out. It's going to be all good and all fine. No worries whatsoever with us. It's just something else that, is going on. But once football gets here and practices and games, we're all football all the time. No, it's going to be a distraction. It's okay to say that because everybody's navigating these waters for the first time.
Yeah, for sure. And the other side of it is this is where you need a coach who is mature enough to handle all these things, right?
Right.
And I think Chris Kleiman has a great attitude about it. I think Lance Leipold has a great attitude about it. I'm talking to Matt Campbell a little bit yesterday. Their attitude is still culture first, culture first, culture first. Now, listen, you got to have talent. Culture won't necessarily win, but we've seen sometimes you pay some players to come in. And listen, Ohio State paid a bunch of money, but they also have uber talent, and they found a way to win it all. But they got a pretty good culture there with their coach. And some of us may not like him, whatever, but he's a really good coach, and they got the culture built. But everyone's going to be spending a lot of money now, and they're not all going to win because not everyone can win. So if you get a little bad culture along with this money, you're going to fail, and it'll be epic, right? It won't be great because then you're going to have people going, we've seen it on the basketball level a little bit. Kansas fans have been happy the last few years. They're paying a lot of money for players to play.
Right.
We saw it at K-State. Coleman Hawkins got almost $2 million. Everyone knew about it. Wasn't good enough. They didn't make it. That was not good for those kids or those programs probably to be doing these things. So this is another side of it that feels more professional. And they've said it, listen, it's not professional football. It is. They're literally getting paid by the schools. It's professional football on top of the pay-for-play NIL stuff going down. You just got to be able to deal with it as a program. Yeah. That's where you need leadership with your players, and you need leadership with your coaches. Will Matt Campbell's way of, Rocco Becht and culture be enough? Maybe not to win the SEC, but will it? They won 11 games last year. Yeah. They were tiebreaker away from, being in the Big 12. Well, they were in the Big 12 championship game. Colorado was a tiebreaker away of maybe not getting in. So listen, there's more than one way to do it. But also, when you play these games, the ball is going to bounce one way. You're going to get a bad call one way. Kansas maybe could have won 3 or 4 more games last year. Didn't, right? So they got to find a way. That's the football side. You got to find a way with whoever you have on your team to get that part done. That's the challenge every year, though.
And I think when you talk about Matt Campbell and what he had said about the culture, we're gonna build culture over, it's not going to be transactional, right? What did he say? Not transactional. Right. It's going to be transformational. Maybe what I can't remember the.
It's culture. It's not like he doesn't want guys coming to play for money. He wants them to come play at Iowa State.
Yeah,
right. That was their. They beat Texas a couple times years ago. He said we have 5-star culture, not 5-star players. That's
Which,
That's his
by
thing.
the way, players, we've coached you up. We're the reason you're any good. It's because of our culture.
But,
What we do,
and
you guys buying in.
sometimes you get, sometimes they just missed on Brees Hall and didn't call him a 5-star. Okay?
That's a good call.
So
Yeah.
you have to.
Yeah, Brock Purdy wasn't a 5-star
too, but Brock Purdy's got Super Bowl. He didn't win, but he's got a Super Bowl under his belt. It was Mr. Irrelevant. So there is something to that. But there is something to what he's doing, and he's had chances to go to other programs and maybe be there. Listen, I think Chris Kleiman's perfect for K-State. I think Matt Campbell's probably perfect for Iowa State. I think Lance Leipold is perfect for Kansas. Would Matt Campbell's way work at Mississippi State? Not a chance.
Yeah,
Fire him in 2 years.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
Why is Ole Miss
Not
paying
gonna
this
work down
player?
there. You got to marry the right place.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lane Kiffin just bought this player. Why didn't we pay for him? Why didn't we pay? I don't care if he's any good or not, but Lane Kiffin and Ole Miss got this because now I got to hear from a Jimbo over at the shop, and he's telling me about how great Ole Miss is because they got this new guy. And damn it, you know what? You're out, Matt Campbell. You're not paying this guy culture. You know what? You know what builds culture? Winning. All right, and when you start winning is when you have good players here. And this is SEC. That's ain't Iowa no more. All right, you're in the SEC now, which would be the way that it would be described. And Rob Dillingham, sort of had the same thing. He was saying that, hey, when it comes to NIL, like we worry about our players that are here in the transfer portal. If you want to make money, you get better on our team. Our best players will make the most money, so we'll give you a pay increase as you get better. We're not trying to go out and get the best, the new great guy, best guy, just so they're better than you. We want you to work and become that, which sounds great, right on the surface, and it's a great marketing pitch, except for why are you recruiting anybody then if you don't want the next guy to be better than the one? You want competition. You want the next. I understand what he's trying to say. We worry about retention. We're not just going to look for changing over our roster every year, but you are looking to make your team better every year. And if there is somebody out there that's going to be playing at a level of an 8, and you got a guy that's a level of a 4, and he got on campus as a level of a 1. Are you going to take the guy that's worked to move up to a level of a 4 over a guy that's at an 8 when you just made the playoffs and you think you've got a chance to win a national championship? I mean, maybe, but I'm not sure how many coaches would do that.
Okay, and that's what we're seeing here. Like take our local schools, for example. Like Brady Cook last year at Mizzou was the perfect guy for Mizzou. He wanted to be a Tiger. Yeah. He stayed, and he wasn't getting huge contract offers somewhere else or whatever, but they needed that guy. I think Jalen Daniels and Avery Johnson this year are perfect for Kansas and Kansas State. I don't think they would want to start over. Now, listen, K-State took some lumps last year. They had a veteran guy that let go to Ohio State, but I don't think Ohio State could have plugged many quarterbacks in and maybe won a national title. Okay, that could have happened, but it's a chance for him. Now we get to watch this.
There you go. You kidding me?
I know you are.
Pass the mic and start the show.
There we go. That's what they say.
Let's do it.
All right, here we go. Coming down 3, 2, and 1. All right, we continue right here on Sports Radio 810 WHB. Jason Anderson with you, hanging out in Lake Tahoe, American Century Championship. Our coverage presented by Bobsite Auto Group, Zero Res, Window Nation, and Gann Asphalt and Concrete. Joining us now is Mike the Miz here in Lake Tahoe. What's going on, man? How are you?
I'll tell you what's going on. You're in the shade, and I'm in the sun.
I don't
Literally,
know.
I sat down and I went, wow, look at him.
Yeah.
He's putting all his guests in the beating sun. I'm getting burnt while you're in the beautiful shade. We are literally, if you saw this, we are literally 3 feet apart.
Yeah.
There's one spot that's
Right.
shade
Yeah.
and one spot that is sun.
Yeah.
He put me in the sun. That's what I'm feeling
This
right
is
now.
Field of Dreams, and these are the rocks.
You have.
Okay, if you pass this, then you go back to being
You got the
Moonlight
spot.
Graham as the doctor.
You got
know?
the spot.
Yeah, I didn't do this on purpose. I did not do this on purpose. This
Okay.
was done to
You
me.
could have done this setup so much differently. You
Yeah.
could have put this table and you could have put it into the shade,
Yeah.
but you decided, I want my guests to sweat.
Yeah, that's what it is. You know,
You wanna hit
you're
the
in the hot seat
hard-hitting
now.
questions.
You're in the hot
I
seat
like
now.
it.
You got to answer the questions
Let's
here.
do it.
Come on, let's do it, man. Let's answer these questions.
First question.
How's the golf game?
Golf game's doing well. I started a YouTube channel
Yes.
because of the American Century Championship and how
Really?
much passion I have for it. I love this tournament. Every year, it's the thing that I mark on my calendar that I just absolutely look forward to. This is, I'm competitive. I like to be competitive. I have not been competitive in this tournament in 3 years. I was looking at my scores, and let me tell you, my scores went from a -60, and that might sound good. It's not. You're supposed to be in the positives.
It's stable for-
Like Marty Fish got an 83, a plus 83, and I got a -60. That's how far apart we are. And then my second year, I got a -56, and third year, I got a -50. Each time, there's 91 people in there. The first time, I got 83rd place, then I got 90th place, and then I got 83rd place. So yeah, those are my places that I've been. But I started a YouTube channel. I started getting coached by really great coaches. George Gangus out in Westlake Village is incredible. James Ledbetter, his sister is actually playing in the tournament, and
Hallie.
he's caddying for her, not for me.
Nice.
Which I'm a
Okay.
little upset
That's
because
interesting.
I
Yeah.
have one of my buddies
Whoa.
caddying for me, and
Yeah.
she's got a pro like James Ledbetter. So,
Right.
so yeah, like I've been training with them. And I feel like my game has gotten better. My score hasn't shown that, but I feel like my knowledge, my IQ of the game has gotten better. And I was just putting over there, and I was sinking everything. The problem is, 3 holes in, I'm par, birdie, par. Then I get like an 8 or a 12 or a 15 because I'll hit it in the water. Then I'll be like, all right, I got to take a 3. So then I come back to the shot, and then I got to take a 5 because I hit it. I overcorrect myself.
Right.
That's just what I do.
That competitive part, I have a feeling that anything you do, it's going to be to where I want to be better at this in Lake Tahoe. So I'm going to start this YouTube channel so I can perform better, improve, be better at the golf game so I can have better results there in Tahoe. Like, it doesn't feel like there might be anything in your life that's just like, you know what, I'm just going to go with the flow on this.
I'm a big believer in do what you love. What do you love to do? Obviously, you love being on the radio.
And
You love to
sitting in the
talk.
shade.
You love sitting in the shade and asking questions.
Yes.
That's what you love to do. What I love to do is I like to perform in front of a live audience, and WWE allows me to do that. But what else do I love to do on my off time? I love to golf. Okay, let's make a job out of it. Let's do what I love doing and get money for it. So I was like, okay, I'm just gonna make it my job. And then you also can tell the wife, I got to work, babe.
Right.
I got to go golfing. Why do you always have to go golfing? Because it's my job.
I've got to watch the Royals game.
Yeah,
I got to watch the Chiefs game.
exactly.
All right, the game is on tonight. What do you want me to do? All right. I've got to watch this game too because we're going to talk about it tomorrow. Like, that's going to be the first hour of our conversation is going to be that game. I am working, son. I mean, I get it. You see me sitting here watching games. This is work for Daddy.
Yeah.
Okay. This is
Exactly.
where I'm not just hanging out here. I'm working. All right. I got to pause my work so I can put you to bed. This is tough stuff I'm dealing with right here. The Miz is our guest here on Sports Radio 810 WHB. So that's Miz Golf is the YouTube channel.
Yeah, Miz Golf, the YouTube channel. It's basically a lot of fun, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't take itself too seriously, but if you watch it, you'll learn. Like, from my mistakes, I'm asking pros, PGA professionals who have done schooling for this, that show you the techniques that you can learn from me. I'm an 18 handicap. That's not a good handicap. But so anyone can watch this, whether you're a 1, a scratch, or an 18, anyone can watch this and learn and get better at golf, and it's entertaining. So definitely go to Ms. Golf, like and subscribe.
The Miz is our guest. Take me back to when you first got into first got into wrestling to now. How much is your sort of knowledge and ability in the ring? You know, ability out here on the course, but ability in the ring different as a wrestler, as a WWE superstar from when you first got there and you were learning the ropes, no pun intended.
Man, I'll tell you what, I thought I knew everything when I walked in the door of WWE. You know, you walk in, you think you're confident, you're bravado. I was 25 years old. I got signed to WWE, and I was like, oh my God, I made it. And then I learned as I was like a sponge. I was trying to take everything in, but I also felt like not necessarily that I knew everything, but you don't realize what you don't know until I'm sitting here 22, 23 years later, and I'm like, I felt like I was amazing back then, and now I realize how terrible I was. And not necessarily terrible, but like just things that I could have done better. And I wish I had my brain to that 25-year-old, because I can only imagine what I'd be like now if I had that brain back then. So people always ask me, what do you regret? I don't regret anything, because I learned as much as I possibly could in the time allotted for me. I'm a big believer in put everything forth, like everything you possibly can. I don't care if it's I'm sitting here on Sports Radio 810 WHB. I'm giving you my best interview I possibly can, because when I go back and look back on my life, I'm not going to go, I should have tried harder there. I should have tried. I did my best. The possibly I could. I practiced. I worked at it. I allotted myself. You know, even as a husband and as a father, you try to be the best you possibly can at that as well. So those are the things that I try to maneuver. So looking back, to answer your question, looking back, I didn't know anything. You know, I really didn't, but I thought I did.
Is that something that's natural for you? That it's I'm gonna do the best thing that I've done. Is that always been your life? That's
so that yes,
Okay.
that mentality, but natural for me. I wasn't good at sports. Like everyone's like, oh, you must have been really good at sports. No, like I was average. I was okay, but I worked harder than everybody. I was the captain of the team, not because I was the best on the team, but because I guess you could say I was a good leader, right? I lead by example. If I'm the hardest worker there, it elevates everybody else. And so that's kind of been my mentality my entire life. Even in WWE, I wasn't the biggest, I wasn't the strongest, but for some reason, a 6'1", 200-pound, kid from Parma, Ohio, got to become a WWE superstar who is now the first ever two-time Grand Slam champion in the history of WWE. And that says something, because it's not John Cena. It's not Hulk Hogan. It's not Andre the Giant. It's not Shawn Michaels. It's The Miz. It's the first ever two-time Grand Slam champion in the history of WWE. So, I wouldn't say I'm the most athletic. I wouldn't say I'm the most talented, but I work hard. I'm a very hard worker. So what I lack in talent, I make up for in hard work.
Did you know that, some people I think just have sort of a personality and a persona and a sort of an aura around them that you look at and go, that guy's going to be successful, right? Did you have a feeling that, like, in your life, whatever it was, like, I'm probably going to be known in some way, shape, or form, whether it's in entertainment, you were on the Real World, now, in WWE. Was there, because of your personality, it just seems natural that wherever you go, it's a natural energy around you to entertain. Is that something you just, as you grew up, it's like, this is what's going to be the future for me?
So when I was a kid, I was always drawn to the camera, right? I was a big ham for the camera. I loved anytime there was a camera, like my dad had the VHS camera out, I was performing in front of it. So I always loved to perform. Did I ever think that I would be on TV? No, because when you grow up from Parma, Ohio, you go to high school. After high school, you go to college. After college, you go back to Parma. You get a family, you get a job, and that's what you do for the rest of your life. That's what's supposed to be done. At least that was my mentality, right? That's what I felt like a lot of my friends and I were that was our mentality. So once I got on the Real World, it made me realize I didn't have to do that anymore. And so I didn't think I'd get on the Real World, but it was weird. So before I was on the Real World, not many people know this, I was on a show called Census Acts of Spring Break. For college, my buddies and I went to Cancun, and I saw that MTV Spring Break was going to be there. And I said, I'm going to go try out. All my buddies said, oh, we're going to go to the beach. I went to Fat Tuesdays and literally walked in and did an audition. And my audition was sitting at a table just like this. I was in the sun. They were in the shade. And they asked me, what would you do to be on TV? I go, what do you want me to do? And they go, well, would you eat a ton of really, really hot peppers? I go, yeah. I go, how are you with peppers? I go, not good, but I'll do it. And so there was four contestants, right? One guy got his tongue. No, a girl got his tongue pierced. A guy got his tongue pierced. A girl showed her upper portion of her body.
Yeah.
And
Shoulder, collarbone.
I ate peppers, hot peppers. And let me tell you, when I ate those peppers, I stuffed them in my face. Juices were running down my body as I was doing, and it was burning not just my mouth, but my entire body. Like I had red marks all over me. Who do you think won that competition? The young lady.
Yeah, I was going to say
the young
lady.
sweetheart of a lady won, and I couldn't believe it, but I was on TV, and I thought it was the coolest thing ever. So then that August, I was sitting in my what's it called, my dorm or my fraternity, Theta Chi represent, and
Delta Chi, let's fight. I'm
there
joking.
We
We're not going to fight.
So I went in there and I saw on TV that I was watching Real World New Orleans, and they had on there, hey, try out for the Real World. And I was like, you know what, I'm going to do that. I tried out for Senseless Acts of Spring Break. Why couldn't I try out for the Real World? Tried out for the Real World. Back then, 60 to 80,000 people try out. Everyone would say, what's going to stand you out? Well, all my friends were like, why would you try out? We love the show, but you're not going to make it. I said, why not?
Yeah.
What do I have to lose?
Right.
So I tried out and made it.
Yeah.
So I said, you know what? I'm going to try to be a WWE superstar. After I was off the Real World, everyone was like, why would you do that? You're not going to make it. It's like,
if you didn't make it on the MTV in Cancun, would you be at WWE?
No.
Because you wouldn't have done the Real World, or just like, I'm not going to make it, or
well, I would have done the Real World. Yes, I would have tried out for the Real. If I didn't make it on the Real World, I don't think I'd be where I am today.
Yeah, that's where a lot of people got to know you, and that's when the persona came about. The Miz.
Yes.
Was it created?
Yes.
In the Real World.
Yes.
There on that season.
Yes.
How did that happen?
I was uncomfortable in my setting. I'm usually a guy that I don't make good first impressions. Because I'm a lot. I know now. I'm 44 years old. I'm 44 years old, right?
Okay,
I know myself now. You know, when you're 20s, 30s, you're getting to know yourself. You don't understand when you walk into a room, you're too much.
100%. Yeah.
I am too much. I know I'm too much. So now I've been able to still be myself, but know hey, you're making a first impression here. Might want to tone it back a little bit so people can understand you first, and then get to know you, and then do it.
Yeah.
So I tend to be a lot. I forgot the question. Sorry.
No, it's just we were
talking tangents.
No, we were you creating the Miz there.
I was very uncomfortable. So I made a bad first impression on everybody, on my entire cast. Usually, I'm able to make friends.
Yeah.
I was not able to make friends on the Real World. I made enemies, I guess you could say, and people hated me, and I was uncomfortable. I was out of my comfort zone. I was in New York City. I've never been to New York City, and anyone that's never been to New York City, come from Parma, Ohio. It's an eye-opening experience, and you're not used to it. And I have cameras following me around every second of my life, 24/7. Not comfortable there. So everything was just coming to fruition, and I said, enough. I'm sick of this. And I just started cutting promos on people. And I would call it The Miz. And so the Mike wouldn't get repercussions. The Miz would.
It was so
But then they liked The Miz more than they liked Mike.
Yeah.
They'd always ask me to do The Miz, do The Miz, do The Miz, do The Miz. So that's how The Miz was created.
It's so great, man. I watched that season as it was
Thanks.
happening. I mean, I was a huge Real World fan because back in the day, that was 2001, so I was 21 years old, and it was like, man, I want to be on the Real World so bad. I tried out for the Real World in Lawrence, and I can't remember which season it was, but I remember being there. There was 6 of us at this table, and we were trying out, and they were just asking us different questions.
Yep, I did that same thing.
Yeah, and one of the girls had mentioned that at a party she broke a coffee table because she was doing a strip dance on it. The rest of us left. She was kept for the next round.
Do you want to hear another story?
I was like, oh, dang it. Why didn't I say that?
So I sent in a video, right? And I made it to the next round where you had to fill out a 50-page application. So I filled out the 50-page application. And once I did that, my buddy started seeing I was making it. And so one of my buddies hey, there's a audition in Detroit. Will you drive up there with me and audition with me? I go, yeah. So we went up to Detroit. Got there around, I would say, 11 p.m., waited in line until 9 a.m. when it opened.
Wow.
Probably got in there about noon, and we did the exact same thing. 6 people at a table. Me and my buddy were there. I was telling stories. He didn't really say much, And then afterwards, the lady was like, "Hey, can you stay back? I just have to ask you a question." I was like, "Sure." Stayed back. I had to fill out that same 50-page application again.
Did they say
because,
that?
but I made it.
They said, we just need to ask you a quick question.
Yeah.
To the girl, like
Yeah.
just one quick question.
Yeah.
No, you guys can go, and then they'll let you know what's next. That line was so long. We were in this huge. It was like back and forth and back and forth. I mean, we waited 3 or 4 hours to sit there for 5 minutes.
Yep.
And that was it. I'm like, well, that was dumb.
Yeah. I mean, it was an experience. Right? It wasn't
right
done for me.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yes. Who knows? It could have been The Miz. No, not going to happen at all. But I do want to talk to you about something that I'm pumped about, and that is American Gladiators coming back, because I saw that and I'm like, okay, one, thank God. Two, how perfect it is for The Miz to be hosting American Gladiators.
Oh, thank you.
How did that come about? How did this opportunity and bringing back and reprising this, what I think is an American classic TV
So I was a
show?
huge fan of American Gladiators growing up, like big fan. I think my role models, my heroes, were WWE superstars and American Gladiators, right? I mean, they're just larger than life. They're big characters, and so I just fell in love with the game. So my agent called me up and said, "Hey, you got a big meeting." And I go, "With who?" And they go, "MGM and Prime." And I go, "Okay, what's it on?" And he goes, "American Gladiators." I go, "I'm getting this one." And he goes, "Okay, yeah, all right." He sends me on a bunch of meetings, right? Okay, he goes, "Look, there's like 10 people like in it, like go doing these interviews. You just need to impress them." I go, "Don't you worry about that." Like I'm such a big fan of American Gladiators. I went to the live shows back in the 90s, right? Like, so I went to what was Gund Arena. It's Rocket Mortgage now, but I went to those shows. I saw them. My dad brought me to them. I still remember watching Atmosphere, thinking, my hamster is just gonna. I mean, that looking like guys look like hamsters, right?
Is this guy get past Nitro or not?
I go into this meeting, and I'm telling you, there's probably like 7 people in this meeting, and I'm just talking to them like, in my goal, I almost was talking to him like, how can we make this what it was back then for the kids nowadays? Like, how are you going to do that? I was asking them questions that I don't think other people were asking, because I was so passionate. I wanted this to succeed, whether I was hosting it or not, because I just loved American Gladiators, like WWE and American Gladiators. Like, those were my 2 things. And now I'm doing them.
Yeah.
Like, and so I got out of the meeting. My agent called me, goes, "I don't know what you did, but that went really well." I go, "Well, how do you know?" He goes, "They called me literally right after, and we're like, we got to take a couple more meetings, but man, that was good." And then I got the call saying I was going to be the host of American Gladiators, and I was like, okay. So talking to the showrunner Daniel Kalin, who, let me tell you something, I've dealt with showrunners, and I've had many great showrunners. Daniel not only took the nostalgia of what we loved and knew as children, but he also, and not just him, honestly, it was MGM, it was Prime Video, and it was the entire team of writers and producers. They got the nostalgia right. They picked the Gladiators. The casting was so well done. Like, you look at our Gladiators, they hit. I mean, I just got done filming.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah, we just filmed all the episodes.
You know when it starts?
I don't know.
Oh,
like,
man,
that's the one thing.
I can't wait.
Everyone's like, "When's it start?" I go, "I don't know," but we filmed it, and it is special.
I can't wait.
I can't tell you how special it truly is. Like, I'm getting goosebumps just talking to you about it, because the way the Gladiators hit, they hit harder than any Gladiator I've ever seen. And I don't know if it's just because I was there up front and personal and got to see it live, but man, do they hit hard. And the contenders, the stories they have are unbelievable. Like, this is life-changing money for them. Like, it's when you say blood, sweat, and tears, that is what they are giving to try to win American Gladiators and be that American Gladiator champion. And so we have new games, but we also have the old games. And so, we brought the old with the new, the nostalgia that you love, but also we upped the ante, right? We made it like, the set is so gorgeous. And so, man, everything about it, I'm ecstatic for people to see it and watch it and love it. And I can't wait. And it's going to be on Amazon Prime Video. And I can't wait for people to see it.
I'm pumped about it. The Miz is our guest. Do you and John Cena actually get along out of the ring, or does this thing continue?
John's one of those people that taught me everything.
Yeah.
Taught me so much.
While the rivalry was going on?
While the rivalry was going on, he was unbelievable at teaching me how to become a main event superstar. Like, I was talking to you before about how when I was younger, I was like, oh, like I knew everything. John taught me that I didn't know everything. That when I was in the ring, He knows exactly how to get an audience to do what he needs them to do. When do they need to do it? So he taught me how to be a conductor in the ring.
Wow.
And know what to do when something's happening. When the crowd is dead silent, what do? So now I know exactly what I need to do. I can feel an audience. He taught me how to feel an audience and hear an audience. And he'd always be like, "Do you hear him?" And I go, "Yeah, man, I hear him. Like I hear him." And he's like, "You're not listening. You're not listening to the crowd." And I'm like, "Dude, I am listening. I hear them telling me I suck. I hear them chanting that. I get it." And he's like, "You're just not listening." And then it took me a while, but then it started getting it. Him, Randy Orton, Shawn Michaels, Triple H, like they've all, like I've been so fortunate to learn from them, and now I hope to make our new generation learn, because they don't get to wrestle with them anymore. John, this is the last time we're going to see him in the ring. They don't get to learn from John Cena. So I have to teach everything that John Cena taught me, and Randy Orton's still here. But Triple H no longer, Shawn Michaels no longer, Undertaker no longer. Like these are all guys that I've gotten to work with.
Wow.
I've had stories with. I've gotten to be inside a ring and have the knowledge that they have bestowed upon me. And now it's my gift or whatever, I guess my gift to give to the younger generation because they can't get in the ring. Shawn Michaels can talk to them.
Yeah.
But there's a difference between being in the ring with Shawn Michaels and getting talked to by Shawn Michaels.
Was there a moment where you were at the beginning, you're like, what am I doing? Oh my God,
I couldn't believe it.
I'm here in the ring. Was there an event, an opponent that was like, what am I?
Every time I step into a ring,
wow,
I have that. Even right now, every time I step into the ring, I get that moment. I don't care who I'm going up against. I cherish all of it.
Yeah.
All of it. You have to.
Yeah.
Not everyone gets to do what I get to do.
Yeah.
So if you're not loving what you're doing, get out, because someone else that loves it, that truly loves it, is going to do it.
The Miz, our guest, you're the man. I appreciate it. Love seeing you out here every year.
Thank you so much. And hey, how about American Century putting on a hell of a show?
Yeah.
I mean, this entire week is absolutely incredible between NBC Sports, American Century, bravo.
Yeah.
Like this is if you're not here, like watch it on TV, you're going to see how fun it truly is. And sometimes that's what I feel like is missing in golf. And that's why I have my YouTube channel, Ms. Golf.
Ms. Golf.
To bring some fun life into it.
It all comes full circle.
It all comes full circle.
The callback. That's great.
And Edgewood, what a golf course.
It's fantastic. An American Century, great Kansas City company. You know, fantastic stuff. Ms., you're awesome, man. I appreciate you stopping by.
Thank you, guys.
Absolutely. Good luck.
Appreciate you. No need for luck when you're this good. Marty Fish, I'm coming after you.
There's the Miz here on Sports Radio 810. More Zone right after this. Sheffield when we're done. If not, no big. Yeah, if not, no big deal. Last I remember, Sheffield wasn't all that great, if I remember right. If we had him after Tappan, I would take him. But if not, I'm okay to skip because we taped Trey Wingo, and now Miss. We're +2 for tomorrow, and then I think we'll get Justin Reed when he's done. So I think we're going to be able to. Well, I think we're going to have a lot.
Scouts aren't as good as they used to be. And if what I'm describing is you, it's very likely you're suffering with low testosterone. But low T doesn't have to affect you anymore. Just call Heartland Men's Health, get treated, and see how it changes your life. If you're like most men, you'll feel so much better. Deeper sleep, improved vitality and clarity, greater strength and energy, and an enhanced sex drive as well. So call us. Just $99 gets you a PSA and T-test and a medical consult. And if you start
Well, I
on
didn't even bring up the
testosterone the
fact
day
that
of your appointment,
he was
your visit
there
is
at
free.
the baseball
Call
beer pong last year with Sterling, because he was playing.
That's
Sterling was teaching him how to play baseball. Beer pong.
6600 or
So
go to
they would've liked that.
heartlandmenshealth.com. We have 3 offices: Overland Park, Independence, and North
fun.
Kansas City.
That was fun.
It's summer in Kansas City,
All
and
right.
for most families, that means weeknights on the sports beat.
I did a remote with the Miz at a cell phone store once.
Really? How long ago?
I don't know. 2022, maybe?
Wow, that's cool. He's great. He's fun.
Swing by Joe's for that traditional KC competition barbecue and tell them SFJ sent you.
Here's the best kept secret in Kansas City. KCI Car Care Center, the Phillips 66 station inside the airport. Tired of riding the shuttle buses when you fly? Let KCI Car Care pamper you and your car. They offer valet parking and...
Does anybody ever just shout ZOU at him?
God, what a great question.
Drop you off curbside in your own vehicle and pick you up curbside.
Why in the hell didn't I think of that?
Call 816-243-5880. That's 816-243-5880. KCI Car Care Center, the only way to fly.
Looking to upgrade your week? From Monday, July 7th to Thursday, July 10th, enjoy 20% off all illicit edibles, including gummies, caramel, gemstones, and power cords. Your favorites at a tasty discount. And for the vape lovers, here's a deal is just right. Buy one
That would've
illicit
been
card,
fun.
including
I'm
live
stupid, though.
resin,
You know what?
plastic
Next year I'll
cards,
ask
or
them.
disposables, and get the
Sterling, I don't think he knows what the word random means. Maybe.
Yeah.
Oh.
Keep using that word. I don't think you know what it means. What do you think it means?
No, we know how to take a reservation. No.
He's
it.
literally confused.
It's inconceivable that I'm here on a Wednesday.
Inconceivable. I don't think you know what that word means.
Keep using that word.
You keep
it means
using
what you think it means.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe a Princess Bride will be Rotten Tomatoes today. I don't know. Maybe we've already used it. I have no idea. Maybe that'll be the case.
You look withdrawn. You look forlorn, Sterling. Are you upset you're not in Lake Tahoe?
No, I'm fine. I mean, it'd be nice, but it's a beautiful day here in KC.
It is, but there's not beautiful people around us.
No,
except for the Drake.
The Drake's gorgeous, but it's you and me, and
yeah, that's it.
coming down?
Yeah.
We're not sponsored by that? Two and one. All right, we continue right here on Sports Radio 810 WHB. Jason Anderson with you. We're here at the American Century Championship in Lake Tahoe. Our coverage presented Zero Bills with Nation. Join believe three ways Sports Radio 810 WHB.
We do that early time slot. So
I know. It's such an enjoyable conversation we get to listen to, and Stephen does a fantastic job in the morning. And that relationship, it's the conversations have become so fun because you can tell that there's that camaraderie there now, and you guys are used to each other. It's a really good interview.
yeah. Oh, thank you so much. I love coming on. I love talking college football with the guys, and occasionally last summer they brought me on to talk about the Olympics and some of the special assignments I do throughout the year, which is great. But I met Stephen at this event years ago, and I think that just lends itself to how important this American Century Championship is because in the sports industry and the entertainment industry, which is really small at the end of the day, we get to meet so many great people. And, I probably wouldn't have had the opportunity to meet a guy like Stephen or be a part of this radio station had I not come to this event. So it's just, another reason why we all love coming here and being here and spending time with one another.
Yeah, it's so much fun. I mean, I look forward to it every single year. I'm glad that somehow I get the assignment, if we want to call it that, to be out here and to work. So I appreciate that. It's great. And getting to know everybody and getting to those relationships are great. And out of that comes a great conversation that you guys have in the morning. The NHL just wrapped up.
Yes.
And you do a great job with that. And Florida gets the win, another win for Florida, back to back. Can they do what the Chiefs were unfortunately unable to do? Are we talking three-peat now with Florida and the Panthers?
Well,
they have.
You know what's crazy, and I don't know if you guys are going to talk to Matthew Tkachuk when he's here, but that team is staying intact for next year. So here you've got, they won it last year, they win it this year, and they re-sign all their big guys. They get Brad Marchand to come back. They get Bennett to come back. They get Aaron Ekblad to come back, like all these superstars. And I'm thinking to myself, how can they fit them all under the salary cap? They found a way to make it work. Guys want to play there, so they find a way to restructure their deals or to make sure they can fit all the right superstars under one umbrella, if you will. And yes, the answer is, of course, they can go for it and be a three-peat and definitely get themselves back to the Stanley Cup final if they can stay healthy. I mean, they check every box. They have outstanding goaltending, great defense, an amazing coach in Paul Maurice, and players who are gritty. They're hard to play against. They're very physical. They're a pain in the neck, like the Matthew Tkachuks and the Brad Marchands. Like nobody wants to play against them. So when you get them in a 7-game series, it's like hands up, we're done. But I don't see a team right now in the East that can contend with them to get back to the Cup final.
Yeah,
I really don't.
It's and it felt like every game felt like there were 3 or 4 games in each one of them as that thing was going.
Couple of them were.
I mean, it was crazy. The comebacks and the overtimes.
Yes.
It was
the best
it was
time of year
nuts.
for hockey, right?
Yeah, it was great. I mean, even those that are casuals that are like, you know what, I'm going to watch playoff hockey, or I'm going to watch the Stanley Cup Finals. I'm going to watch that, and even if there's like a 3-goal lead, it didn't matter in this matchup. It was great. It was great entertainment. It was great drama, and in the end, it is crazy how it's happened because of the United States and Canada and the sport. Like all these years, and still it's so close for Canada yet again to almost get one, to almost get one. I mean, it's got to happen eventually someday, right? That Canada will get a Stanley Cup, right?
It's inevitable. I think
they would have
it
to win
will,
one
and
one
it will
day.
happen. I think they've been close. Montreal was in the Cup final a couple years ago against a juggernaut of Tampa Bay Lightning, which was a great team for many years and still is. The poor Oilers. I just felt terrible for Connor McDavid. I mean, you know at some point Connor and Leon are going to win a cup. To lose it back-to-back years is just devastating, but it makes them more hungry coming back. So never rule them out. But yeah, they're going to get their cup. I mean, there's fewer teams in Canada than there are the United States, so odds are against them. But they won the Four Nations last year, which is major bragging rights. We've got the Olympics coming up in Milan next winter, which I'll be a part of. I'm super excited. I'll be doing hockey there, and I think that's going to be amazing between U.S. and Canada as well. So NHL players back at the Olympics for the first time since 2014. So Canada has reasons to be excited. Unfortunately, that cup is not going to reside there in the next 12 months.
How did South Florida become the hub
Unreal,
for
right?
hockey?
Well, you've got ownership groups that have bought into the system. You've got the Viola family. The Tampa Bay Lightning and Florida Panthers have built an enterprise around the franchise. So, the practice facility, for example, for the Florida Panthers in Fort is it's got multiple practice rinks. The community can come play there. They've got, pickleball courts. They've got it becomes a destination. And so therefore you get the fans engaged. The players become very recognizable in the community. They spend money on the organization, and it's worked. And they got great players to come and play there. Florida's obviously we would all love to go to the rink in flip flops and a golf cart every day, right? So it's a destination to play. There's a reason to live in Florida. It's been fun. So I think both franchises have figured out how to make it work. Very similarly, Las Vegas has done the same. And you look at some of the newer franchises and what they've built up around the arenas. LA is a great example with LA Live as well. They did that many, many years ago and won cups out of it. So um, that's sort of the formula. And when you've got the money and the ownership group that's willing to put in the dollars to make it work, you get a winning championship.
So there's there's the playing side of it, and then there's the broadcast side of it. I'm just we were watching these games like for you, Florida, Edmonton,
Oh gosh.
Florida. What's the travel like? We talk about travel for the players, but what's that like
I
for
know.
you as well?
It was not ideal, and now we've done it back-to-back years. I have to say, I mean, occasionally the airlines it gets dicey. You have to connect. It's a 3,000-mile journey between both cities. It starts to wear on you. People asked me throughout the Cup final, like, "Oh, where are you taking a vacation this summer after the Cup final?" I said, "I'm not leaving my house. I don't want to. I don't want to see another airplane until I have to go to the American Century Championship, and then after that, college football." But you know what? It's exciting because everyone's in the same boat, right? You're all checking into the same hotels late at night, early in the morning. You're leaving, you're covering a game late at night and you're trying to get the first flight out. So you may get back to your hotel room around midnight and you've got a 6 a.m. departure from Edmonton. So you're leaving the hotel at 3:45 a.m. with your colleagues. You're all foggy eyed and, but it's part of covering the series. It's similar to when I cover an Olympics. It's 3 straight weeks of a grind, and you know there's a finish line, but you're covering one of the greatest events in sports at that moment, right? So you have to remember why you're there doing it, what brought you to get to this level to broadcast it, and just try to, you know, it gets frustrating. You're going to lose a bag. You're going to get to hotels late. You're going to miss a meal or sleep or whatever, and you just have to grind it out.
Catherine Tappan is our guest. So we're on a golf course,
Yes,
and
very beautiful one.
This video that emerged, I don't know if you have seen this or not, of NHL enforcer Nick Tarnasky on a golf course. And there is a guy who is a very drunken idiot, and Nick Tarnasky is asking him to get his bleep together and leave. And this guy decides to approach him.
Oh boy.
This
I haven't
enforcer.
seen this.
You have not
Okay.
seen this.
No, but I would not approach Nick Tarnasky.
I mean, what are you doing? And Tarnasky, just bodies him up into a pond, just into the guy gets up, continues to go at him, and finally Nick Tarnasky, hockey player, grabs his shirt, and as he's punching him, he goes bang, bang.
Oh
as he's
no! Oh gosh!
Bang, bang, and the guy gets knocked down. And the guy gets back up and goes back at him again, and Tarnasky grabs him, bang.
Not seen this.
And I don't know, do hockey players when they fight, do they typically yell bang when they connect? Is that a hockey thing that happens?
They do not. On the ice. I don't know what they do in their free time or
On
on the golf course. I don't know. I don't advise that for a hockey player to get in an all-out brawl in real life. It's okay when it's on the ice. That's unfortunate. Listen, the golf course brings out very interesting personalities.
This guy was really
I was
drunk.
going to say
Not
a
Tarnasky,
lot.
but
I know that a lot of, you're out in the sun, you're at altitude here. You have to remember to stay hydrated, and sometimes booze and golf don't mix well for certain people. So it's not always the best thing.
Catherine Tappan is our guest. Let's talk some college football because Big 12 Media Days going on, SEC Media Days, Big 10 Media Days, all these different teams, and there's such an unknown landscape right now, and it feels like this is kind of a transitional period of I don't know if purgatory is the right word, but it feels like we're in the middle of what we were living through versus an unknown that it feels like these coaches are even saying, I don't really know what the next couple of years are going to be like because everybody did this front loading thing. And so this year, even some of the money that's going to players isn't technically the way that we'll be doing this moving forward. How do you think coaches and maybe athletic directors are going to start trying to navigate this thing that we just have no idea how to do it, and it's the college now, which is now becoming more like a new.
Well, I think to your point, I mean, we don't know, and it seems like every couple weeks there's a change or there's something more we have to try and figure out and navigate, and the coaches are doing the same thing. And I think we're going to get a lot of answers in the first few weeks of the season, and then all of a sudden it's going to change again. It just seems to be that the best way to be almost like a chameleon. You just have to adjust. You've got to be ready for anything, and these coaches and athletic departments have a lot on their plate. Unfortunately, where things are headed with the NCAA, it doesn't look like they're going to be much help moving forward. And you've got the NIL, you've got the revenue sharing, you have the collectives. Everything combined is creating a giant. It's almost like balls in a lottery ball. It's like you have no idea which one's going to pop up next. So I think it's hard for us. It's hard as broadcasters too because you want to cover it with such an objective view, but there's a lot of frustration behind the scenes. You sit in these production meetings with coaches, and they're very stressed out on the job because all they want to do is coach the football team. But now you have to deal with all this other stuff and administrative stuff and money and NIL and all of that. But I think they're partnering together. I think the athletic departments are doing a great job trying to make sure that this is fair and that they figure it out. But it's difficult. There's no doubt about it. The landscape is changing dramatically every 6 to 12 months, and hopefully it gets to a point where it is settled and it's understood. And I think what I hope for is that more teams are competitive within each conference. We're starting to see a very top-heavy division of conferences. And, at some point you almost have to look at the professional model. And I sat on a panel with Oliver Luck recently, and we were talking about NIL, and he said at some point, he said years ago, everything goes off the professional model, right? Like there's a way you can take, there's business decisions you can look at the professional level and apply that at the collegiate level. So whether that becomes revenue sharing, because you have to make it equal in some capacity. You can't have, for example, in the Big Ten, Michigan, Ohio State, Penn State, now maybe USC in the conversation, and then everybody else is just never going to win. It just seems unfair. And to me, as a former college athlete, I want to see equity in the game. I want to see, kids stay on rosters. I don't want to see them transferring every year for 3 years. There's a value in being the backup and learning how to become a starter, or never becoming the starter and being, number 2 or 3 on the depth chart and learning from that. I just the essence of sports is so sacred, and the values and lessons you learn, and it's just becoming more of a big business, which to me is disappointing. But
we're seeing like GMs being hired too, and
they have to be,
right.
though. Like that's the professional model, right?
Right.
The GM is there for a reason, and now you're seeing colleges and universities, and they are finding a general manager because you have to. Somebody's got to manage all this. The coach can't do it all.
Because these coaches that have been around for a while, and maybe not even a while, like we don't have to talk about guys that have been there for like 20, 30, 40 years, like a Nick Saban, before he retired, or even in the college basketball front when we were seeing Coach K and Roy and those guys. But like if you've been a coach for like 10 years, I mean, everything has changed in those 10 years, and now you've got all of these other things like Chris Kleiman, and Lance Leipold, a couple of local coaches in the Big 12 media days are like, we want to coach football.
Yes.
And, now we've got these contracts and negotiations and players that are, retention or going out and recruiting and so many different aspects of it. And Connor Riley was the OC last year for Kansas State, and he is now the assistant offensive line coach for the Dallas Cowboys because he just wanted to coach football.
Yep.
And Chris Kleiman talked about that on Tuesday and said he's like, look, he's having a blast because all he's doing is coaching football, and we wish him the best. But that's sort of what it is. It's like, do you want to deal with 15 things and coach football? That might be the 16th or 17th thing, or do you just want to be around football and coach? Because if you just want to do that, the NFL and the pro level might be the spot for you.
That's exactly right. And that's going to take away a lot of really good coaches, I think, in college football, and put them in assistant coaching jobs to position them to be a head coach in the NFL. And that's disappointing, but you trust me, we see the frustration on their faces when we sit in. I can picture 2 coaches just this year that we sat with, and it was just, they've got great programs. They have historic programs in the Big Ten, and they just can't keep their players, and they can't get good players right now because of the money that's being thrown around and the opportunity to transfer. So hopefully, we get through this. I do believe that this is a window that we are all living through that just needs to be figured out. And at some point there will be a level, decision made, or some kind of a way that we start moving forward with rules in place, and so that other teams can become competitive, and it's not so 2-3 teams in each conference are winning every year.
Yeah. Is our guest. How's your golf game before we let you go? Are you playing right?
It's usually pretty good when I'm home with my girlfriend. No, it's
traveling from Edmonton to South Florida isn't helping the golf game?
I played once in Edmonton, and I shot an 89, which was great on a course that I had not played yet, so I was very excited about that. I'm probably playing to about a 14 right now, but which is good for me. I know, we don't get a lot of time during the year, so I try to cram a lot of golf in the summer, and I love to play golf. So I'm hoping out here. Last year I played really well on Saturday and Sunday, so I got myself a little bit back, like up a couple spots in the standings, but Friday's always my worst day, and I'm like, if you could just play better on Friday, you might actually be respectful. But I have fun out there. The greens are rolling really fast. The course is challenging. It's always in amazing shape. They do a great job here. So I just love being out here with these, players honors and representing women. There's only a few of us in the field, so
Well,
yeah.
best of luck with
Thank
that,
you.
and looking forward to the conversations with Steven
Thank
and
you.
Jake
Appreciate
in
that.
the football
Yes,
season. Yes.
it's always good to be with you guys. So thanks,
Yeah,
Jason.
thank you.
Appreciate it.
Absolutely. There's Catherine Tappan. Great stuff from her. Awesome stuff. And the NHL, what a great Stanley Cup final. And we'll see what happens in college football with these media days going on. We'll take a timeout. We'll come back, continue more zone next from the American Century Championship in Lake Tahoe on Sports Radio 810 WHB. Tahoe. It is presented by Zero Win. of pride in the defense on this team, but also like, hey, Trav, you did this here, and this is what I did.
Yeah.
If the next time, if you do this, in a game against somebody else, this might help you. But also, I might lose the next rep by you doing that.
No, 100%. This is the pecking order of it. This is the pecking order. It goes 1, nobody gets hurt. That's number 1. Like, don't hurt. Nobody gets near Patrick. Like, you know what I mean? Like, hey, like, number 2 is everyone wants to win. You know what I mean? It's competitive. We're not giving up anywhere. And the only way I'm to win is if I'm thinking win.
continue hanging out here in Lake Tahoe, the American Century Championship presented by Bobside Bonding from Zero Res Window Nation, Gann Asphalt and Concrete. Joining us now, CBS NFL Today, former NFL quarterback here, and a man who yearly is out here at the American Century Championships, Matt Ryan, joining us here in the zone. Matt, how are you, sir?
I'm doing awesome.
Played
some golf.
How's the golf game right now?
It's okay. Yeah, it's okay. Hit some good shots. So we'll see what shows up on Friday. But right now, I feel pretty good.
Yeah. Does the crowd, like Joe Buck? We talked with him yesterday, and I said when you're playing out, or I asked that when you're playing out here, does that give you a little bit of a feeling of when you're calling the game, this is what the players are going through, playing in front of fans? Like, it gives you that sort of feeling. And he's like, I always try to remind myself when I'm out here that, and when the players are out there, that these are humans and all of that stuff. When you're doing this, is it easier for you to come out and swing a golf club in front of a bunch of fans because you played football, or is it different when it's you all alone as opposed to 22 guys?
Correct. And I knew somewhat what I was doing in football. In golf, I think it's a little bit bit different, right?
Makes a difference.
So yeah, it definitely makes a difference. I think everybody gets a little bit nervous. We're out of our element, which makes it fun and entertaining to watch. The people out here have a blast. It's great to interact with the fans. So it's just a great event put on by American Century and NBC, and they do a great job with it.
Yeah, Matt Ryan is our guest. It's been a number of years in retirement. I mean, is it now you more used to retirement than you were playing?
Yeah, for sure. I always felt like this time of the year, especially my first year or two out, it felt like, July 4th would happen, then you get on the other side of it, and your body is just instinctively ready to go because you've been doing it for so long. I feel no instinct to get ready to go right now. So maybe I'm moving on and it's good, and I'm happy in where I'm at in life.
So is it like as you first retire, as your body starts to feel that, does that increase maybe that the urge or missing it or wanting to be out there, as opposed to if your body's not adjusting, it's like this is just life? Like, do you miss it now the way that maybe you did it first, or maybe you didn't?
I think you miss it, right? You miss certain parts of it. It's hard to replace, the adrenaline and the focus that you have to prepare and to get ready to go play. We were fortunate a couple times this season on the NFL Today to go live from games. We were in Kansas City for the AFC Championship game, and you get out on the field.
It was warm that day.
I was absolutely frozen. I learned from James Brown that you need as many pocket warmers and stuff in your shoes as you can when you go to KC in January. But you get on the field, and that's when you're like, oh man, I do miss that part of it, of being out there and kind of the environment and just the pregame jitters, that level of excitement that comes with it. That part I do miss.
Yeah, visiting with Matt Ryan. I wanted to ask you about a number of things, obviously, but Patrick Mahomes and what he's doing now, and it's crazy to think that there's going to be a 3 as the first number in his age in the NFL. I mean, it happens fast.
Super fast.
And he's talked about that too. He's like, I'm 30. You know, he turns 30 in September. Not 30 yet, but this is his, quote, 30-year-old season, and it happens fast. And we were having a conversation a couple of weeks ago, and Bobby Witt for the Royals had made a play, and it was like a diving play, and it looked like Mahomes in the Super Bowl when he was flat and in the air. And I said, both these guys in their prime. And a number of people were like, well, Mahomes isn't in his prime anymore.
Get out of here.
And so as a quarterback, what's the
it.
prime for a quarterback? Like, to me, he's well in his prime still. He's still got prime years left. He's only 30. As a quarterback, that's massively different than a tennis player.
100%. I look at him, I see no slowing down. And that's really, my view on Patrick and what he's capable of doing. To say he's not in his prime anymore, I think is ridiculous. He certainly is. So, age-wise, it's different for everyone. Tom Brady played in his prime until he was like 45. So it can be, different for everyone. I always felt like I played my best football from about 30 to 35, 36 years old, right? And an understanding of where to go with the football, understanding of what defenses were doing, really knowing myself too of what I'm capable of and what I'm not, and not trying to force things like that. I always felt like, some of my best years, the year I won MVP, I think I was 31 years old. So, I don't think he's slowing down. I think he'll play well into his late 30s at a high level, and Kansas City's lucky to have him.
We oftentimes get caught up in being sort of prisoners of the moment, and the most recent thing being what we're going off of, and it was not a great showing for the Chiefs in the Super Bowl. And the Eagles were a really good team, obviously, and a dynamite defensive line. And Chiefs had their offensive line issues in that game, but Philadelphia was a really good team this year. turned it on after the first part of the year. One of the things that I find interesting is the criticism of Mahomes in the Super Bowl. And Jalen Hurts played phenomenal. Mahomes struggled at times, but it's almost viewed, Matt, as sort of a detriment that he played that way in the Super Bowl while it's getting ignored the way he played in the night you were there against the Bills in the AFC Championship game, which I think is one of the better performances he's put on in the playoffs.
The end of that game was unbelievable.
Yeah, but that gets dismissed because of how he played in the Super Bowl. If he played average and they lost to the Bills, to some people, like that's a better career achievement than going to the Super Bowl and losing.
Well, listen, as a guy who's gone to the Super Bowl and lost, I think
I didn't want to bring it up. I wasn't trying to bring it up that way. I promise.
It's all good. I think you got to get in front of it, right? When you're the guy on the other end, you got to get in front of it. But yeah, I think. Listen, I don't view it that way, right? You're beating Buffalo in an AFC Championship game. Some of the plays that he made down the stretch was unbelievable, right? And those are huge. Giving yourselves opportunities to win championships, playing in those games, you cannot, put a value on that. I think it's incredibly valuable. And I think, it's hard, right? Like, did he have his best performance in the Super Bowl? Obviously not. But then you look at it, it's hard to complete.
So mine's kind of Jared was in the middle of guys giving him like lessons. So
Yeah,
I didn't want to like.
I mean, he's really nice though. I think he would.
No, but mine's this one for me.
Oh yeah, no, love. Yeah, Fitzpatrick, right? Yeah, sure.
We'll get both.
Both
I was trying to.
Yeah.
I didn't want to interrupt.
Yeah.
What did he say, Chad?
So mine's gonna come over, and then the last beer. Yeah. That comes to the.
Didn't you talk to her after that? Oh yeah, was Matt Ryan right after that?
How was your thing?
Oh no, Justin Reed.
Reed Ryan.
Yeah, Justin Reed, Matt Ryan, and then Jay Dawes. So we have 6 already on tape. Miz Wingo, Tappan, Reed, Ryan, Billis.
I don't know if they did it.
We have Fitzpatrick and Carter. We have 8 in the can over the next 2 days. Jesus, 8. It's already a successful year.
Right.
Would be not, but I mean, crazy.
I have no idea what the solution is for that.
That's the point too.
I'm gonna try and get my back real quick.
Taking you back to That's why I have
Did you hear? I asked Jay about Greg Gurley.
Oh, that was a great answer.
He was like, "Who's that?"
I'm not sure who that is.
And then I was like, "Did Chad fucking leave me astray?" Or, like a split string.
You really? Oh, he got you.
No, for a sec, I'm like,
Oh.
"Fuck!" And then I'm like, "Yeah, he's kidding."
Oh my god.
I'm
Did he
not-
actually answer it though, or did he
And
did he play the bit the whole time?
Well, then he was like, "Yeah, okay, so I know Greg," and then he was like, "None that's suitable for air." But then at the end, he goes, "Yeah, but overall, he's a great representative of Kansas City." And he goes like this. So, you see Fitzpatrick game?
So I did say yes, ma'am.
Who is the hype man?
Thinking it might be his son.
I'm trying to find. Okay, so this is a picture from 2018. Jeez,
Bless you.
so this kid would be 7 years old. It kind of looks like him, right? Kind of looks like that man.
Yep. Chad said he kind of laughed when he went over there. He was like, "Oh, what is it?" He's like, "Did he ever read it?" I don't know.
Yeah, so is this him? This was October of 2024.
That's totally him. Oh yeah, 100%.
Some Brady. Oh, he must have been named after Tom.
Yeah, there. Actually, there is a little theater. So these are just they got it now. That's what that was saying in life. So that was good. Because when I was an engineer, so you got to figure out official push. I think I have to. That's a reaction. Love easy. Remember how Smith, like most people, almost the exact same size, exact same, because we got a picture saying, wow, I didn't even have to see the body today. It's like clearly 12,000 crazy. Yeah, yeah, really nice. Turkey bacon, the other company class in Vegas, and that's you know what I mean. So I'm striving like some comes in a plastic syrup. Jason, you want a sandwich or anything?
I'm good. Yeah, I had that
You want
lunch,
a
so I'm
sandwich?
good.
I'm okay for now. Thank you.
Just one. Yeah. No, I'm leaving it.
Is your mic on? Yeah, your mic's on. Test, test, 1, 2, 3. 1, 1. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Hmm. Yeah, reset the computer.
So I just need to get, I'm going
So
to.
what do you have so far for a month?
Miz, Straight Bingo, Captain Tappan, Justin Reed, Matt Ryan, Jay Billis. So +6 for tomorrow right now. Hopefully Fitzpatrick and Derek let it go. That'd be pretty nice.
Still got left.
Yeah.
Jonathan here.
Yeah.
But we'll be, I'm gonna ask on it.
Yeah.
Or is that looking really good?
Steph? It's kind of slow walking. I was walking with the security. They were like, "Here it goes, here it goes." Chad, is that Steph? Yeah. Okay. I heard the kids, and I'm like, I think there's really only one guy here that does that. And that's Steph. The first security's like trying to be low key, like, all right, we're coming on, no, whatever. And then the second one's like laughing because she's up at edge. She's like, oh, it's always raining. That's all watching.
No one's coming over just yet, are they?
Fitzpatrick in the white shirt. He's on his way over. He just stopped and talked to Dad Farley. So once they get back, we'll converse him.
I think we could use the.